Chapter 882. 2 days later, Han Xiao called a group of officers into his office and said that he was going to the Central Galaxy for a business trip. Sylvia was dressed as a capable administrator. She nodded when she heard that, and her ponytail swayed. How long will you be gone for this time? It depends on the dynasty's arrangements. They can only move after they gather enough manpower. Got it. I'll take care of the army's affairs. You don't have to worry, Sylvia said with a serious expression. By the side, Hella raised her hand and brushed her red hair that covered one of her eyes. I have some things to pack. When are we leaving? Han Xiao shook his head and waved at her. You don't have to go. I won't be bringing the Black Star Guards this time. Hella paused. Why? Because I have to fight ES God. You guys won't be able to help. Just stay in the Shattered Star Ring. Han Xiao smiled at her. The Black Star Guards were the elite calamity-grade combatants of the army. Their duty was to deal with those who were not worthy of him personally taking action. They would not be useful against ES God and would be a burden to him. Thus, Han Xiao decided to go alone this time. Got it. Hella snorted with dissatisfaction, turned around, and left the room, leaving everyone looking at her tall back. It seemed to have stimulated her strong heart again. Han Xiaoxin laughed in his heart. This was a good thing. The current Hella was different from the lunatic in his previous life. It would be good to give her some motivation. Sister is going to undergo devil training again. Aurora retracted her gaze and stared at Han Xiao's chiseled face with her blinking eyes, saying worriedly, "Will it be dangerous for you to go alone? I'm just not bringing the Black Star Guards. I didn't say that I would go alone." As he spoke, Han Xiao looked at Reynolds with a smile. Me? Reynolds pointed at himself with surprise. That's right, you. Stop pointing, but I still have to be in charge of the logistics department. Reynolds was confused and did not understand why Han Xiao would bring him along. Don't you feel bored staying in the logistics department every day? Let's go out for a walk. By the way, who's the deputy head of the logistics department? A calamity-grade mechanic who joined a few years ago. This is his resume. Sylvia immediately pulled out the information. In the past few years, the army had been developing by leaps and bounds, and Han Xiao already had many experts under him. The number of calamity-grade supers working for him had long exceeded the normal scale of a star system civilization. Other than the Black Star Guards that had risen to fame in the Shattered Star Ring, the other calamity-grade supers were scattered in the various departments. They all had their own names in the universe, and the organizational structure of the army was constantly being refined. Most of them were calamity-grade supers from outside, such as Hardaway, Loggy, and other experts. There were fewer calamity-grade supers trained by the army, such as Haluz, Sylvia, and Reynolds. Han Xiao flipped through it casually and asked, "Is there any record of him cutting corners, taking kickbacks, accepting bribes, or selling army blueprints?" "No, if there was, I would have reported it to you long ago." Sylvia was sweating profusely. "You're beyond grade a virtual mechanic. You probably even know the size of my underwear. What can I hide from you at home?" "Then, I'll leave the logistics department to him for now." Han Xiao kept the information, turned to look at Reynolds, and said with a smile, "Nero is still a child. Studying at your place every day will leave a shadow in his heart. Bring him along this time and take him on a trip to Planet Crimson Ring. Of course, a trip is a trip, but he can't stop studying." Reynolds was enlightened. All right, His Excellency Black Star mainly wanted to bring Nero on a trip, but he did not want his godson to have a vacation, so he brought him along as well. Sylvia instantly felt sour. "I'm also His Excellency Black Star student, and I'm even his first follower. Why is teacher biased toward Reynolds? I could be Nero's teacher too. I want to have a vacation too, you bastard." "Don't worry, when I go out to fight ES God, you guys stay on Planet Crimson Ring. You don't have to go with me, so there won't be any danger." Han Xiao then looked at Fu Ding. "You can come with me too. You can take care of Nero too." "Sure." Fu Ding smiled. "Nero should be very happy. I don't know if he'll be happy or not, but I'm pretty happy," Han Xiaoxin chuckled. The main reason he brought along Fu Ding and Nero was because he believed in metaphysics. After all, dealing with ES God was extremely difficult, and bringing along two advanced protagonists might increase the success rate of the mission. With two advanced luck auras, it was better than having an unlucky guy like him acting alone. Han Xiao agreed to set off in 2 hours before announcing the end of the meeting. Everyone left, and Hardaway dragged Loggy, who was dozing off, out of the room as though he was throwing away a bag of trash. After the meeting ended, Reynolds immediately returned to the logistics department to hand over the work to the deputy chief. He then returned to his office and opened the door to the cubicle. In the cubicle was Nero, who was doing his homework mechanically, pecking his little head. He had drunk the dragon blood potion and was awake, so he did not feel sleepy at all. It was as though he was imitating the way he dozed off during Blue Star's lessons to wake up his sleepiness. After checking Nero's homework, a look of satisfaction appeared on Reynolds' face. Although he was only teaching Nero according to Han Zhao's orders at the start, he grew to like this student more and more during the process of teaching him. He could see his own shadow in Nero. Although Nero wasn't as passionate about mechanical engineering as him, he was also hard-working. Nero had a strong point, and that was that he never slacked off. Even if the amount of homework left him in despair, Nero would still complete it seriously. This was the kind of student that Reynolds liked. After all, the mechanic class was different from the other classes. Knowledge was power, and the stronger the foundation, the smoother the growth would be. Reynolds was rather optimistic about Nero's future. With Reynolds' personality, he obviously would not say it out loud. He coughed and said, "Stop doing it. Pack your things. The army commander wants to bring you to the central galaxy for a vacation." Nero's stupefied eyes suddenly came to life, bursting with excitement and joy. "Godfather wants to bring me out to play. Ha ha! I finally don't have to do my homework anymore." Nero threw down his pen and was so excited that he was about to cry. "Godfather still dotes on me." The slight resentment in Nero's heart instantly disappeared, and he was overjoyed. He almost wanted to open his arms and praise Black Star. "Ah, no. Praise his godfather. Quickly pack your things. We will be setting off in a while. We still have to gather at the dock." Nero paused and turned his head mechanically. "Wait, the army commander wants me to go with you to supervise your studies." Reynolds was expressionless. Nero's happy expression froze on his face. Han Xiao waited for a while at the private dock, and Fu Ding was the first to arrive. The two of them chatted for a while before Reynolds and Nero arrived. Nero was carrying a small backpack. He was listless and looked as if he had nothing to live for. "Since everyone is here, let's set off." Han Xiao brought everyone onto the spaceship, and after making some adjustments, he let Philip take over and enter autopilot mode. The spaceship took off and entered space. After setting the destination as the Red Empire's military stargate in the Shattered Star Ring, it quickly switched to hyperdrive mode and began their journey. They had been to the Central Galaxy once last year, so this time it was a walk in the park. After flying for a while, they successfully arrived at the military stargate. Through the stargate, they directly crossed a few star fields and teleported to the Crimson Ring star system in the Constellation Corridor. Under the guidance of the reception team, they passed through the Psionic Seal Ring and arrived at the dynasty's mother planet, Planet Crimson Ring. This is the capital of the Crimson Dynasty. Reynolds looked at the habitable satellites, large space fortresses, and orbital stations around Planet Crimson Ring, admiring the mechanical structures on them. How majestic! Nero looked at Planet Crimson Ring in a daze. This was much more majestic than his hometown, Blue Star. The group slowly landed, and the dynasty's emissary was already waiting at the dock. He respectfully bowed to Han Xiao and brought everyone into the core political area, Tarunamir Palace, to settle down in the official guest house. This was the legendary capital of a universal civilization, and Nero was curious about everything. If not for his godfather, he might not have been able to come here in his entire life. The emissary was full of smiles. "Your Excellency Black Star, I'm in charge of the daily affairs of your group. You can look for me if you need anything." Then bring them around. The dynasty's mother planet is huge, so bring them to all the fun places, Han Xiao said. "Godfather, are you not coming with us? I still have something to do and need to meet the dynasty ruler." Han Xiao waved his hand and instructed the few of them not to wander around. He then headed straight to the core administrative building where Urinril was. He had already informed her beforehand, and Unravel was waiting to meet him. He brushed his face along the way and arrived at the ruler's office very quickly. The secretary knocked on the door, and Unravel's voice sounded from within. "Please come in." The door opened, and Han Shao walked in. This was his second time meeting the ruler, and just like the first time, there was only Unravel and Claudia in the room. "Black Star, you're here. Please take a seat." Unravel nodded. Han Shao nodded, and just as he sat down, Unravel spoke again. "You contributed greatly during the battle on Planet Lighthouse. You did well." Previously, she had only praised him through long-distance communication, but this time, Unravel praised him in person. "I only did a little bit of work." Han Shao suddenly realized that this sentence was really useful. "You're too humble. The dynasty has always rewarded those who contribute. Perhaps you already know that we will provide you with additional resources and give you preferential treatment in the division of the flickering world." Unravel paused for a moment before slowly saying, "I can give you a hint. After the first phase of development is completed, we will build various infrastructures in the 3-star clusters. At that time, we will first allocate some territories to some of our allies and operate transit stations, colonial planets, trade planets, and civilian stargates. You can make a request regarding the division of territories, and I will consider your opinion." Han Shao raised his brows. "This means that I will be allowed to choose the first territory, right? This is not only because of my contribution, but also because of the olive branch that the ruler's faction threw out. The development of a new star field was a long-term plan, and the dynasty was not in a hurry. After the exploration, they would build roads. They would first operate the explored areas before slowly exploring the other star clusters. In the future, more star clusters would be unlocked, and the various allies would naturally receive more than one territory. This was a good thing for Han Shao. After the first phase was completed, he would be able to obtain a territory. At that time, he would be able to officially develop a mechanical life civilization and move the Black Spirit race over. He would have much more freedom in his own territory than in the Shattered Star Ring. That was the territory that truly belonged to him, and he would not need to share it with other star system civilizations. "I'm looking forward to it." Han Shao smiled. Let's get back to business. The dynasty recruited you this time mainly for 2 things. You know that. First, the dynasty agreed to some conditions of the Arcane Church and unsealed the space-time amber of one of their beyond grade as. Therefore, we need your help. Han Shao nodded to express that he understood. The second thing is to encircle and eliminate ES God. This is also related to the first thing. The Arcane Church will only agree to join this operation if one of the seals is unsealed. Hearing this, Han Shao was slightly surprised. The Arcane Church is also going to join the attack. He had not received this news before and was surprised to hear it for the first time. Isn't it just the Radiant Federation? The Arcane Church this is my idea. You dragged the Radiant Federation into the water, and I also call the Arcane Church. They are willing to join us in encircling and eliminating ES God. Han Shao was pleasantly surprised. This was a pleasant surprise. With the Arcane Church joining in as well, the 3 universal civilizations would have a greater chance of eliminating ES God. He pretended to ponder for a while before smiling. Originally, it was just us. Now that the 3 universal civilizations are working together, it saves us a lot of energy. Not only that, it's also because of you. Me? The dynasty can feel your killing intent toward ES God. We're doing this to fulfill your wish. Han Shao was a little flattered. Does this mean my suggestion did influence the Red Empire's decision? You're an important ally of the dynasty. Of course, we value your opinion. Unravel paused for a while before continuing. Let's end our conversation here. I still have some matters to attend to. The Arcane Church's team is escorting the sealed beyond grade, as has yet to arrive, and the 3 parties have yet to gather. You can stay on Planet Crimson Ring for a while. I'll inform you of the details of the operation. Okay. Han Shao understood that she wanted him to leave and secretly curled his lips. It seemed like the dynasty ruler was really busy. Li Wanji was going to be F***ed again. He stood up and left the ruler's office. The door closed behind him, and Han Shao heaved a sigh of relief. He was extremely excited. Originally, the Red Empire was just going through the motions to deal with God. He was the one who made the three universal civilizations work together. It was only with his help that the current situation was formed. Furthermore, the situation was even better than he had expected. The three universal civilizations were encircling and suppressing God together. His determination to eliminate God was valued by the dynasty. This definitely had the effect of his political assets, which changed the ruler's decision. The influence that he had accumulated over the years finally came into play. It's finally my turn to return the favor, God. Han Shao narrowed his eyes, and a cold light flashed through his eyes. Chapter 883. After leaving the ruler's government building, on the way to the guest house, Han Zhao's communicator suddenly rang. He took it out and saw that it was a call from Milizhao's. Black Star, you've arrived at Planet Crimson Ring? Milizhao's chuckled. Yeah, you're here too? I don't think I saw you. Not yet. We're having a remote meeting. Come online. Okay. Han Shao entered the quantum network, found an encrypted channel, and projected his image. The next moment, his vision blurred, and he found himself in a huge room. In front of him was a round table surrounded by more than a dozen thrones. His remote projection was sitting on one of the thrones. At this time, most of the thrones had projections, and only 4 were missing. Han Shao looked around. The other projections were all dynasty allies, which was equivalent to the group chat of the Red Empire's Beyond Grade as. Usually, there was no one to organize it, so the group chat was empty. Now, most of the dynasties Beyond Grade as were online, and many of them were familiar faces. Dragon King Milizhao's, Incineration Baoni, Spaceship Emperor Max Similar, Arcane Fox Raven Loudy, Star Slayer Varu, and Tai Tai were online as well. Dark Emperor Claudi and another one of the dynasty's 3 pillars were not online. Haha, Black Star is here. Baoni was the most enthusiastic, and his whole body glowed brightly. Everyone nodded at Han Shao and took the initiative to greet him. The 2 brothers who fought side by side in the Battle of Planet Lighthouse had the most intimate tone. Max Similar was also the friendliest, while Raven Loudy and Heber were indifferent. The others had equal attitudes, but they all had some respect. After the Battle of Planet Lighthouse, Han Shao had the record of capturing a Beyond Grade A alive. Not only did he establish his position in the outside world, but his authority in the circle of the dynasty's Beyond Grade A allies also increased. Although Han Shao was a newcomer to the dynasty's Beyond Grade A circle not long ago, he had already received the respect of his colleagues and was officially accepted into the circle. Furthermore, he had made it to a relatively middle-level position, which was higher than some ordinary Beyond Grade as. No one would deliberately provoke him like they did when they first met him. After all, the strong were respected, and the Beyond Grade as valued strength more. In the face of his colleagues' kindness, Han Shao responded one by one. After exchanging pleasantries, the organizer of the gathering, Milizhao's, spoke. The other 4 fellows aren't coming, so there's no need to consider them. Let's discuss. Everyone knows that the dynasty has decided to send at least 3 Beyond Grade as to surround God. They've prepared a few name lists, but they have to ask for our opinion first. Black Star doesn't need to be mentioned. He's determined to kill God, and I plan to help as well. Who else is interested? The way the universal civilizations commanded the Beyond Grade as was not a simple command. As long as it was not a crucial operation, most of the time, they would consider the wishes of the Beyond Grade as themselves and would not force their allies. Therefore, the Beyond Grade A allies of the 3 universal civilizations all had private meetings to exchange their opinions. Everyone was deep in thought, glancing at Han Shao from time to time. Han Shao looked around and noticed Milizhao's throwing a glance at him. He thought about it for a moment and understood. Milizhao's had learned about Han Zhao's determination to kill God from the dynasty and purposely gathered most of the dynasty's Beyond Grade as to give Han Shao a chance to find helpers and teammates. This old dragon is really something. Han Shao sighed. This time, Baoni shrugged and said, Black Star, you were also present when we fought God the last time. It's not that I don't want to help you, but I'm an Esper, and ES God counters me. If you want me to go, you might as well let the other Espers go. I won't take up the slot. Han Shao nodded. Indeed, ES God had super silence, which countered most Espers. Bayoni was right. He would not be able to go. However, understanding was one thing, but he still had to despise him. Heh, little brother. One word, noob. Seeing that no one said anything, Han Shao spoke. The ruler has already revealed some information to me. This time, the dynasty will not be acting alone. The Radiant Federation and the Arcane Church will also join in. This is not just a formality, but the best chance to get rid of ES God. Personally, I will not let go of this opportunity. If anyone is willing to help me, I will thank them after the matter is done. Hearing this, many people's eyes sparkled. Black Star was saying that if they help him get rid of ES God, they would definitely get a share of the evolution cube. I'll participate. Raven Loudy was the first to speak. He had been looking forward to the evolution cube for a long time. Okay, who else? Milizos said calmly. As an ancient one, he did not get along well with Raven Loudy. Although their relationship was not good, he acknowledged Ravenlaud's strength. A normal beyond grade, it would not be able to become an ancient one. After all, this was an operation that Black Star valued, so Milizos hoped to help him choose some stronger teammates. As for the other two pillars of the dynasty, there was no need to consider them. Claudia was guarding Urinril, and the other one was guarding a starfield. Heber was also a little moved, but he couldn't bring himself to do it, so he kept a straight face and didn't say anything. Some rejected, some were not interested, and some accepted. In the end, more than half of the Beyond Grade A allies decided to participate in this operation. Including Han Shao, there were a total of 7 people. Milizos, Maximilar, Raven Loudy, Viru, Kohler, and Lotus Swordsman. These 6 would be the teammates participating in this operation to eliminate ES God. Kohler was a pugilist, and Lotus Swordsman was a female psychic. After a round of calculations, there was not a single Esper in the team. Isn't 7 a little too many? Will the dynasty agree? Raven Loudy questioned. If the dynasty doesn't agree, we'll help as individuals. What can the dynasty do? Lotus Swordsman's tone was cold. The Red Empire had originally expected 3 to 5 people, but because of Han Zhao's reward from the Evolution Cube, the team had reached 7 people, which exceeded the dynasty's expectations. However, the dynasty did not have any objections to this. They could not stop their allies from privately asking for help, and it was not a bad thing. Han Shao turned around and sized this female psychic up. She had long white hair, and her skin was purplish-blue with stripes. Her facial features were slightly similar to a human's, and she was very beautiful even in the eyes of the human race. She gave off a dreamy aura and had a unique sense of beauty. Lotus Swordsman was her name, not her nickname. Swordsman was her surname, and Lotus was her given name. She came from a unique race called the Rainey's race. This race did not have any gender before the age of 15, but when they reached 15, their bodies would undergo a unique change. They could turn into a male or female on their own. According to the customs of the Rainey's race, once their gender was determined, they could not change it in the future. Therefore, society placed a lot of emphasis on division of labor and cooperation. However, the gender determination ceremony determined their fate, and there were too many people who chose to turn into males every year. Even though society kept raising the status and benefits of females, the fertility rate was still decreasing year after year. Therefore, the Rainey's race had set a quota for the number of people who had to turn into females every year to ensure the continuation of the race. Lotus Swordsman was a member of the Rainey's race who was unfortunately chosen when she was young and was forced to turn into a female. Therefore, although the Rainey's race had a Beyond Grade A, they did not receive any protection. Lotus Swordsman was independent of the civilization and operated her own organization. She had publicly announced that the Rainey's race had nothing to do with her. His other teammate, Kohler, was a lone Beyond Grade A who had completely sided with the dynasty. He did not have any organization and was a purebred muscular tyrant. He was not as strong as Heber, but he was still a Beyond Grade A combatant. I'll be counting on you guys then. Han Xiao suppressed his emotions and nodded to express his gratitude. After discussing for a while more, the gathering ended. Mila Zhao's went to inform the dynasty, and the remote projections all went offline. Han Xiao exited the quantum network and exhaled excitedly. The teammates had been decided. The dynasty had sent out 7 people, and together with the other 2 parties, there would be more than 10 beyond grade as. It would probably reach the scale of the battle on Planet Lighthouse. Furthermore, with so many people against ES God's situation would be much worse than the dynasties during the battle on Planet Lighthouse. Han Xiao clenched his fists excitedly. The situation before the battle was in his favor. I went to get my certificate in the afternoon and delayed writing for quite a while. My word count is a little lower today, so I booked the tickets a few days ago to watch Purple Potato Monster 2, How to Lose with Flying Dragon Face writing tonight. I'll be a little genius who is immune to spoilers. Chapter 884. The Dynasty's team was decided, and a team of 7 beyond grade, as was an extremely powerful force. The number of beyond grade as exceeded the expectations of both Han Xiao and the dynasty. In the end, the dynasty agreed to the name list of the team and began gathering their fleet. However, before dealing with ES God, they had to fulfill the ethereal deal. The Arcane Church's team was still on the way. During this time, Han Xiao was on standby on planet Crimson Ring, so he accompanied Nero and the others to tour the dynasty's mother planet. Planet Crimson Ring was extremely large and had many floating cities. It was extremely prosperous and had many famous landmarks in the universe. Planet Crimson Ring was also the birthplace of the Red Empire civilization, and there were many ruins that had been preserved from ancient times. It had a strong historical aura and was extremely valuable for archaeology and tourism. Under the guidance of the guide, Han Xiao and the others toured many scenic spots. In his previous life, Han Xiao belonged to the dynasty's faction, so he had naturally toured the dynasty's mother planet and was familiar with the situation there. Thus, he was not too curious and mainly accompanied Nero and the others to broaden Nero's horizons. Planet Crimson Ring had plenty of mission resources, but their value was not high for the current Han Xiao. Furthermore, his identity was different now, and every beyond grade who stayed on the mother planet would be monitored by the dynasty's people. It was impossible for him to run errands for the citizens for no reason. Most importantly, this era was different from his previous life, and many of the people who gave out those familiar missions had not appeared yet. On this day, they came to visit the dynasty's Holy Palace Museum. This museum was the largest and most authoritative ancient museum in the Crimson Dynasty, preserving almost every historical relic and artifact from the Crimson Dynasty. It was one of the 3 Universal Civilization's official museums, along with the Federation of Light's Star Museum and the Arcane Church's God's Blessing Temple. It was one of the landmarks of Planet Crimson Ring. The Holy Palace Museum was an extremely large park, containing dozens of pavilions. The buildings were of different styles, representing the dynasty's different eras. It was extremely grand. The advantage of having a dynasty official guide beside them was that they did not need to line up or buy tickets. Han Xiao led Fu Ding, Reynold, and Nero past the long line and entered the museum through the special passage. His special privilege attracted attention. The tourists in the queue all looked over and whispered among themselves. That seems to be Black Star from the Shattered Star Ring. I've seen him on the news. I didn't expect to meet such a big shot. How lucky. Quick, quick, take a picture. These tourists were all excited and took out their devices to take pictures. A beyond grade, a super, was someone who held the authority of the universe. Their status was completely different from ordinary galactic residents. Meeting Han Xiao by coincidence was like meeting a celebrity on the streets. These tourists were of different races and came from different civilizations. The psionic seal ring was to protect the safety of the mother planet, but it was not to completely seal off the mother planet. At least, this would not be done in the era of interstellar openness. It was just that visitors had to undergo strict checks, and the visa period was very short. Every year, a large number of tourists would come to Planet Crimson Ring, boosting the local tourism industry. What the empire cared about was not this small amount of money, but rather the influence of the empire's culture through tourism. Han Xiao and his group walked into the museum and entered the main exhibition hall under the guidance of the guide. Different from the noise outside, the interior of the exhibition hall was extremely quiet. The atmosphere was solemn, and the ceiling was high. Looking up, the murals were like the canopy of the sky. The main exhibition hall was a place where the history of the Red Empire was told. Everyone listened to the guide's explanation and looked at the artifacts one by one. These artifacts included daily necessities, art artifacts, and obsolete ancient tools from various periods. The virtual screen at the side showed the origins of the artifacts and their history. Nero was filled with curiosity about the history of the empire. After carefully reading the introduction of every artifact, Fu Ding followed behind Nero. He was also very interested and was influenced by the culture of the empire. Reynolds' attention was mainly on the various ancient machines. These technologies were extremely outdated to the current standards, but Reynolds' interest in them was greater than the other artifacts. Han Xiao walked the fastest and came to the bottom of the 10 huge black stone tablets. These 10 tablets were so tall that they almost touched the ceiling of the exhibition hall. The history of the Red Empire was recorded on them from the beginning to the present. The development of the Red Empire was not smooth sailing. Basically, all civilizations started from the beginning and went from primitive to interstellar. The Red Empire also had a period of weakness. Throughout history, the empire's development had gone through many eras. It had also gone through technological advancements, social changes, internal and external wars, and various crises brought about by ideological reforms. The advancement of genetic technology had brought about the biochemical crisis. The advancement of machinery and artificial intelligence had brought about the crisis of intelligence, and the drastic changes in the mother planet's environment brought about by the heavy machinery era. With the advancement of technology, the civilization had encountered countless forks in the road. There were also the ancient universe-level disasters that were comparable to the main storyline of the various versions, such as the world-exterminating insect swarm, the universe organic extinction virus, the Void Riot, the Exploration Era War, and so on. There were countless crises of various sizes, and the civilization's history was fraught with disasters. In the end, the Red Empire's iron-blooded style was formed. From a small and weak civilization to one of the overlords of the universe, there had been too many ups and downs during this period. Standing under these 10 stone tablets, one could feel the history of a civilization that had stood for countless years. The feeling of time and weight of history seemed to hit one in the face. In front of the history of the entire civilization, an individual was incomparably small. Han Xiao was looking at the stone tablets in a daze when an old voice suddenly sounded beside him. No matter when I see these stone tablets, I will always feel shocked. Han Xiao turned around and saw an old man wearing the uniform of a museum staff standing beside him. He looked kind, with a straight back and a straight posture. He seemed to have the demeanor of a soldier. That's right. Every civilization that has reached the universal level has a heritage worthy of respect, Han Xiao added. The old man nodded, turned around to face Han Xiao, and smiled. Let me introduce myself. I'm the Deputy Director of the St. Palace Museum, Carl Fleur-Weshandi. Hello, Your Excellency Black Star. Hello. Han Xiao also nodded in a friendly manner, but in his heart, he muttered, Hello, Carl Fleur-Weshandi? This name sounds a little familiar. Generally speaking, the names that he was familiar with were all famous people in his previous life. Han Xiao did not dawdle. He searched through the memory palace while talking to this deputy director. Carl was a rather talkative old man. He did not care much about Han Xiao's identity and communicated with him with an equal attitude. I have always been interested in the history of the empire. I have been guarding the museum for many years. I like to maintain the cultural relics here, and I always have different feelings, Carl said as he touched the stone tablet. Han Xiao glanced at the Do Not Touch sign under the stone tablet and decided to selectively ignore the deputy director's illegal actions. Deputy Director Carl, you used to be a soldier? That's right. When I was young, I serve in the 7th Reconnaissance Legion of the Empire and personally participated in 23 battles. Later on, I became the Chief of Staff of Remote Command and finally a civilian job. After serving in military for more than half of my life, I applied for retirement and became the Deputy Director of the St. Palace Museum, Carl said honestly. Instead of saying that he was explaining his background to Han Xiao, it was more like he was talking to himself, lost in his memories. Hearing this, Han Xiao had a flash of inspiration. He finally found the corresponding identity in the memory palace and secretly took a deep breath. He remembered who this guy was. To be precise, this retired officer in front of him was not a famous NPC, but his descendants were famous throughout the universe. The suffix of Carl's surname was Fleur Weshandi, and in Han Xiao's memory, the future head of the Red Empire also had this surname. The future head of the Red Empire might very well be this old man's descendant. They had really bumped into a big fish this time. Han Xiao silently turned his head and glanced in the direction of Fu Ding and Nero before retracting his gaze. How terrifying! The goddess of luck did not just lift up her skirt, she even took off her underwear. Of course, according to the time, the future head of the Red Empire had not been born yet. However, since they had bumped into his ancestor, there was still value in getting to know him, and the value might even be higher. Han Xiao smiled and said, I haven't joined the dynasty for long, and I'm also very curious about the history of the dynasty. I wonder if you're interested in introducing it to me? It's my honor to explain the history of the dynasty to a beyond grade A ally. Carl laughed heartily. As a retired soldier of the older generation, he was very willing to tell others about the history of the Red Empire. This was also something he loved. For the rest of the day, Carl snatched the job of the tour guide and accompanied Han Xiao and the others to visit a portion of the exhibition hall. Han Xiao intentionally tried to befriend Carl, and the two of them chatted happily. When they left, they agreed to continue the next day. For the next 2 days, Han Xiao followed Carl around the St. Palace Museum. On the night of the second day, they finally finished visiting all the exhibition halls, and the two of them became much more familiar with each other. Han Xiao took the initiative to invite Carl's family out for a meal, but Carl did not agree. Instead, he invited Han Xiao to be a guest at his house, saying that he would personally show off his culinary skills to Han Xiao and the others. On the day of the appointment, Han Xiao and the others set off toward Carl's residence. As a retired high-ranking military officer, Carl was given preferential treatment by the government to stay in the living quarters of retired officials. He had a small villa on the dynasty's mother planet, which was not far from Turinamir Palace, so it was very convenient to walk there. After passing through the sentry post, Han Xiao and the others arrived in front of the villa. Nero tiptoed and knocked on the door, and a rustling sound could be heard from within. They waited for a while before a middle-aged man opened the door. "Hello, Your Excellency Blackstar. Please come in." The middle-aged man had an excited and respectful expression as he hastily invited them in. This person was Carl's eldest son, a civil servant in the Red Empire. With the protection of his father, his career was rather smooth, and he could be considered to have climbed to the middle ranks. However, in front of Han Xiao, it was clearly not enough. Knowing that his father had formed a connection with a high and mighty beyond grade A ally, his eldest son was extremely excited and had done a lot of homework for the gathering tonight. Walking into the hall, Carl poked his head out of the kitchen and said, "Your Excellency Blackstar, please take a seat first. The food still needs some time to prepare." "It's fine. Take your time. We have plenty of time." Han Xiao waved his hands. The few of them sat on the sofa in the hall. His eldest son accompanied him by the side, and there were two other people beside him. One was the second daughter, and the other was the youngest son. The former was an entrepreneur who ran a galactic travel agency, while the latter was a sculptor. This could be considered a rather common configuration in a high-ranking family. Apart from being respectful, there were also some trembling emotions. Looking at the decorations in the room, Han Xiao saw a picture of a woman hanging on the wall. It should be Carl's wife who had passed away. Carl had 3 children. Han Xiao tried to recall, but he could not remember which branch the future dynasty ruler belonged to. It was not that he could not remember, but this was too small, and he had never paid attention to it in his previous life. However, based on the occupations of the three of them, there was an 80% chance that they were the descendants of his eldest son. His eldest son wanted to befriend him, and his words were filled with flattery. The other two occasionally chatted with him, but they did not dare to open their mouths. Han Xiao did not reject his eldest son's friendliness and casually chatted with them for a while. Carl finally carried the dishes out of the kitchen, placed them on the table, and called everyone to the table to eat. The dishes were all home-cooked dishes of the Crimson Dynasty, and the culinary skills were not bad. Nero ate happily, and his eldest son took over Fiden's job, passionately picking up food for Nero and licking it skillfully. The children at the table were the best tools. After the meal, the second daughter and youngest son took the initiative to clean up, while the others returned to the living room and sat on the sofa to chat. It could be seen that Carl was very happy today, and he smiled a lot. It's still Sir Blackstar who has the most face. These three bastards always say that they're busy and don't have time to come back to see me. But as soon as you came, they all came running back. Especially that brat at the side. He's even more enthusiastic than me. Carl laughed. Cough, cough. His eldest son felt a little awkward and drank a cup of water to calm himself down. Han Xiao revealed a smile and turned to his eldest son. What is your position in the Red Empire? His eldest son's eyes lit up, and he immediately spoke of his position. Oh, it's not bad to be able to sit in this position. Han Xiao rubbed his chin and continued. If you need any help in the future, you can look for me. Give me a number. That's great. Thank you, Your Excellency Blackstar. His eldest son was overjoyed and had a grateful expression on his face. The reason why he was so passionate was to obtain the protection of Blackstar. As an official, his political sense was pretty good. Blackstar's position was high, and he was valued by both the head of state and the military. It was enough to have a positive influence on his career. Furthermore, with Blackstar's age, he could still protect the Red Empire for many years. His position would definitely be higher, and with this connection, his future would be boundless. Carl did not like his eldest son's actions, and he felt that his relationship with Blackstar had become a little complicated. However, he would not stop his eldest son's opportunity and sighed. By the way, there's one more thing. I brought gifts for all of you, Han Xiao said with a smile. Sigh, there's no need for gifts. Carl waved his hands. That won't do. How can I come empty-handed? Han Xiao snapped his fingers, and 10 compressed orbs flew out and landed on the table. These are 10 mechanical guards that I personally created. After some modifications, they're equipped with a signal transmitter that notifies me. Press the button when you're in danger, and I'll know that you're in danger. I'll release my mechanical force and activate the mechanical guards remotely to protect your personal safety. With the support of my long-range mechanical force, the mechanical guards should be able to deal with calamity-grade dangers. Isn't this a little too expensive? Carl hesitated. Hearing this, Han Xiao laughed and said playfully, Haha, I'm a mechanic. All right, thank you for your kindness. Carl didn't hesitate and put away the 10 compressed orbs. He was already old and did not care about his own safety, but he had to consider the safety of his descendants. The value of the mechanical guards given to him by a beyond grade, a super, was too high. Blackstar's lifespan was very long, and as long as he was alive, these 10 compressed orbs would be passed down as family heirlooms. After giving out the gifts, the relationship between the two parties became much closer. After chatting for a while, Han Xiao and the others bade farewell and left. After leaving Carl's villa, Han Xiao's lips curled up. He had made friends with the ancestor of the future dynasty ruler in advance. If he really became the ancestor of the future dynasty ruler, things would be interesting. With a small investment, there was a chance of great returns. There was no reason not to make such a deal. As he thought about it, Han Xiao's hand patted Nero's head. Nero enjoyed the feeling of being patted, and he tilted his head back to look at Han Xiao. You're really my little lucky star. Han Xiao chuckled. Nero blinked. Although he did not understand what Han Xiao meant, he could tell that Han Xiaoxin was in a good mood. He took the opportunity to ask, Then, can you reduce my homework? Sure, in your dreams. Nero shook his head vigorously and shook off Han Zhao's hand. He then placed his bag on his head and did not let Han Zhao pat his head. Han Zhao brought Nero and the others on a tour while earning the favor of Carl's family. After a period of time, the dynasty finally gave him an official order. The Arcane Church's escort team was about to arrive at the transaction location, and he could set off. Han Zhao left Nero and the others on the dynasty's mother planet and followed the dynasty's fleet to meet up with the ethereal escort team to complete the transaction of removing the seal of a Beyond Grade A. M. Chapter 885. While he was at it, he counted the number of times he had applied for leave. Looking at the calendar, this was the second time this year. There were 365 days in a year. Last year, he applied for leave a total of 15 times, which added up to about half a month. This year, he would try to keep the number of days he applied for leave below 7 times. 1 day of leave for Godly Mechanic, February 7th. Please wait for a moment. After the content is updated, please refresh the page to get the latest update. Chapter 886. Sector 1749 C was the border area between the Constellation Corridor and the Bright Silver Arm. The Red Empire and the Arcane Church had a large number of troops stationed here all year round. With the help of the Stargates in the dynasty's headquarters, Han Zhao arrived at this border area in just a few days. This was the location of the deal between the dynasty and Ethereal. The battleship stopped beside the outpost, and Han Zhao's spaceship received a communication from the outpost commander. Your Excellency Black Star, the escort team of the Arcane Church has arrived and is waiting to take over. The official location is a desolate planet deep in the strategic zone between the two sides. His Excellency Milizhao's and the outpost will escort you to your destination. Milizhao's is here too? Han Zhao raised his brows. As soon as he said that, Milizhao's voice sounded in the channel. I've been here for a long time and have been waiting for you. The dynasty sent me here just to prevent any accidents. Although the chances are very small, we can't rule out the possibility of them snatching the space-time amber. Got it. Han Zhao nodded. Commander, let's set off now. Heavy dynasty battleships flew out from the outpost one after another, escorting Han Zhao's fleet. Milizhao's enormous body soared in space and followed beside the main ship that Han Zhao was on. The two of them were about the same size. The fleet did not use hyperdrive, but moved forward in the normal mode. After traveling for a while, a desolate planet appeared in their field of vision and gradually enlarged in everyone's eyes. The fleets of the Arcane Church and the Red Empire had already arrived on this planet, and the two sides were facing each other outside the atmosphere. At the center of the confrontation, there was an escort team of the Arcane Church. Dylan, who was sealed in the space-time amber, stood on the ground. The shock and anger on his face were still as vivid as ever. The Beyond Grade A that the dynasty had promised to unseal was Dylan. The weakest Beyond Grade A would often receive preferential treatment from the opponent. Han Zhao first scanned the situation of his planet and confirmed that there were no traps. However, he had been caught off guard by the multi-dimensional sky opening transportation device during the battle on Planet Lighthouse. Thus, he did not let his guard down. We're here, Your Excellency Black Star. Let's go. On the bridge of the main ship, the Imperial emissary respectfully invited Han Zhao to set off together. Han Zhao nodded and followed the special envoy to the backup cabin. He walked into a flying vehicle in the atmosphere and piloted the vehicle to leave the main ship and slowly land. In his line of sight, the red land was getting closer and closer. Bang! The cuboid vehicle landed on the ground, and the hatch slid open. Han Zhao stepped onto the red sand-like ground. He walked to the front of the ethereal escort team and glanced at them. Then, he looked at the amber and met Dylan's eyes. The Imperial envoy stepped forward to negotiate with the ethereal emissary. After a while, the Imperial envoy stepped back and nodded to Han Zhao. Your Excellency Black Star, please remove the seal. Hearing that, Han Zhao walked forward and stood in front of Dylan. He suddenly turned around to look at the ethereal escort team and saw that everyone was staring at him. The great mechanic Han raised his eyebrows. He stepped lightly on the ground, and lightning flashed. The next moment, the ground he stepped on turned into a metal nanomaterial. This silver color quickly spread out and covered an area with a diameter of 5 meters, turning it into a metal surface. Then, a circular metal wall rose from the edge of the area and gathered above his head, covering the entire area and blocking everyone's vision. Obviously, Blackstar did not intend to let others see how he removed the seal. Everyone was a little disappointed and could only wait quietly. After a full 10 minutes, the metal nano barrier folded and returned to Han Zhao's hands. Dylan's seal had disappeared, and he sat on the ground with a face full of shock and fear. "Your Excellency Dylan, are you okay?" The ethereal escort team hurriedly went to help him. "I'm fine." Dylan quickly came back to his senses. He rejected the help and stood up on his own. He stared at Han Zhao in front of him with anger, hostility, fear, and many other emotions in his eyes. Most importantly, he still had lingering fear. "How had you been in the past few months?" Han Zhao narrowed his eyes and smiled. Dylan shivered, and the fear in his eyes grew. He subconsciously took a step back, not daring to get close to Han Zhao. His body was frozen by the space-time amber, but his mind was still running. He could clearly feel his body, but he could not control it no matter what. This feeling was extremely torturous, like a ghost pressing down on his bed. During the time he was trapped, Dylan felt like every day was a year. If not for the fact that his mental body was strong and his will strong, he felt that he might have been driven crazy. Although a few months of imprisonment was not enough to wipe out the consciousness of a beyond grade, he had already sensed that his soul was weakening. If he continued being trapped, his soul might be destroyed in the end. Dylan could not help but be shocked by this possibility. Not only could it imprison an individual, but it could also wipe out the consciousness of the prisoner. Even a beyond grade, it would not be able to resist it. The terror of the space-time amber terrified him, and he did not want to experience it again in his life. Han Zhao looked around and suddenly said, "The seal has been removed. Where's your ambush? You can come out now." He always felt that the Arcane Church would place their troops in a nearby area. Once the transaction was completed, they would send out 300 executioners. "We didn't set up an ambush." The ethereal emissary's mouth twitched. "Is that so? I thought you would try to deal with me. This time, not only would you be able to snatch the evolution cube, but you would also be able to obtain the space-time amber. I didn't expect there to really be no ambush." Han Zhao shook his head and chuckled. "Looks like you've really been beaten into submission." The ethereal emissary's face froze, and a wave of humiliation and anger surged in his heart. Blackstar had already proven himself with his battle results. For the sake of their sealed allies, the Arcane Church really did not plan to take any more risks. Furthermore, this was the border between the two sides, and the dynasty was vigilant. It was impossible for them to launch a sneak attack. Of course, at the end of the day, these reasons were actually cowardice. It was precisely because what he said was not wrong that it hit the ethereal emissary's sore spot. The ethereal emissary could not refute. With a straight face, he clenched his teeth and said, "Since the transaction is completed, we'll be leaving first. Hopefully, there will be similar transactions in the future." Han Zhao stroked his chin and said, "You're leaving just like that? Dylan, we wouldn't have known each other if we didn't fight. Aren't you going to stay and catch up with me?" The ethereal emissary immediately became vigilant. "Your Excellency Blackstar, what do you want to do?" The meeting point was in the middle of the border because both sides had their concerns. The dynasty was afraid that Ethereal would launch another sneak attack, and Ethereal was afraid that the dynasty would go back on their words and capture Dylan again. Therefore, the people of the Arcane Church easily misunderstood Han Zhao's words, although he did it on purpose. "Why are you so nervous? Are you afraid that we'll snatch him away?" Han Zhao curled his lips. The ethereal emissary pursed his lips and did not say anything. Dylan's face tightened and replied, "If there's a chance in the future, I'll personally visit the Black Star Corps. Then I hope you'll come with good intentions." Han Zhao raised his eyebrows. "Otherwise, what happened in the past few months will happen to you again." Hearing this, Dylan, who was quite stubborn, remembered the feeling of being sealed. He slightly shrank his body and did not say anything else. Facing Han Xiao, he slowly backed away and put a sufficient distance between them. Shua! A few tractor beams landed on Dylan and the others, sucking them back into the battleship. Han Xiao watched as Dylan spiraled into the sky. Then the arcane church fleet in outer space quickly turned around and left the planet. The deal is done. Let's go back. Han Xiao patted the emissary's shoulder, turned around, and walked toward the flying vehicle with a playful look on his face. The arcane church would definitely ask about how he felt when he was sealed, and Dylan would definitely cooperate. Then the arcane church would know that the seal beyond grade as could still think, and if they were sealed for too long, their consciousness might die. The arcane church originally did not know about the possibility of death from the space-time amber, but after receiving Dylan's report, they would definitely be anxious and would have no choice but to break the seals on the others as soon as possible. This way, they would be even weaker in the negotiations with the Empire. In order to save time, they might have to compromise with even more excessive conditions. Even a mute could not voice his grievances. One word, miserable. I tricked this bunch of scammers again. Han Xiao laughed in his heart. A person's happiness was often built on the pain of others. Lu Sun was not lying. The deal went smoothly, and Han Xiao followed the troops back to the dynasty's border outpost. He then received news from the dynasty's upper echelons that the arcane church would send out beyond grade as to participate in the operation to annihilate ES God. It was confirmed that the few dynasty allies participating in the operation had already left and were heading to the designated assembly point. They would then set off together and set foot in the primeval Star River. After resting in the outpost for a while, Milizau's came over. Black Star, I'm going to the assembly point directly. Do you have anything else to do? Same here. There's nothing else. All right, let's go together. The injuries from the 10,000 deity scepter have not completely healed yet. Do you still have that? Give me a few hundred needles. I do have that recovery medicine, but you know the equivalent exchange, right? Tell me, how much dragon blood do you want? Do you want mine? Cough, cough, we'll talk on the way. Han Zhao's mouth twitched. As expected, as long as one crossed the bottom line, there would be a second time. Milizau's originally refused to provide his dragon blood, but seeing that Han Xiao had collected quite a lot, he seemed to have given up. Since he already had it, there was no harm in giving some more. It also sounded a little strange and exciting. The two of them did not waste any time at the border and set off together. The security in the dynasty was good, and other than Milizau's being a little anemic, the two of them did not encounter any other problems. They were the first to arrive at the assembly point and waited for the other allies to arrive. At the same time, in a certain desolate universe belt in the primeval Star River, the Fallen Ark fleet was hovering above a fixed star, and its energy shield was blocking out the powerful radiation energy. In the large command room of the main ship, Hakuzen stood in front of the porthole and looked at a certain spot on the surface through the zoom function. That was where ES God had landed. The energy of the fixed star formed a huge whirlpool with ES God at the center. The accumulated energy of the fixed star was too dazzling, and even with the senses of a calamity grade, it was difficult to see ES God's figure clearly. The chaotic flow of particles interfered with the detection radar, and the target area was even covered by ES God's concealment Esper ability. No one could see what ES God was doing on the fixed star. His Excellency ES God has already told us to stop here for 2 days. What's he doing up there? One of the crew members was impatient. I don't know. Hakuzen lightly pulled on his tongue. This was a habit he had when he was hesitating. 2 days ago, ES God had told them to wait in the outer space of this fixed star while he landed on the fixed star, absorbing energy like a bottomless hole, forming an expanding energy whirlpool on the surface of the fixed star. On the surface of the fixed star, ES God opened his arms, and an endless stream of fixed star energy flowed into his body. He had the Esper ability to absorb energy from the outside world, and it was called Esper ability, Black Hole. He had once displayed this ability when fighting Han Xiao. As the energy flowed in, black mist-like figures separated from ES God's body and turned into black crystal ball-like objects. They floated around God, and a dark red light shone in the center of the spheres. These black spheres were all doppelgangers that God had created by absorbing energy crazily. The stronger a person was, the greater the improvement they would receive when using the evolution cube. God's strength had increased tremendously, but he could feel that his body had yet to be completely transformed. A considerable amount of evolution energy was deposited in his cells, like a treasure sealed in a box. The evolution of his life level was the key to opening the box. God did not have an interface, so he did not know that this was the first time an expert used the evolution cube to obtain an additional race evolution opportunity. If he were to complete a new advancement in the future, then he would be completely reborn. However, the evolution cube did not have the ability to level up or advance, so God did not receive such an enhancement. However, although the evolution energy could not allow God to break through, it did release some restrictions on his abilities. For example, the burden on his genetic chain. Due to the conflict in his genetic chain, God's main body could not have too many abilities at the same time. His doppelgangers could make up for this, and the Esper abilities that were given to his doppelgangers could not be used by his main body. However, there was an obvious flaw in this method. God was not able to create doppelgangers without any burden, because the ability to maintain the existence of his doppelgangers was an Esper ability that needed to be activated all the time. If God's main body was a computer, every Esper ability was a program, and the upper limit of his genetic chain was the memory. Thus, maintaining his doppelgangers meant that the program was always on and occupied his memory. The stronger the doppelgangers, the more doppelgangers there would be, and the more memory the program would occupy. Only when the memory was empty could there be space for other Esper abilities. Thus, God did not use his doppelgangers in a head-on battle largely because of this. Doppelgangers would weaken his main body's combat ability to a certain extent. However, the evolution cube changed this point and optimized his genetic chain according to his own characteristics. Simply put, it was to expand his memory and optimize his program. The upper limit of his genetic chain increased, and the burden on his Esper abilities decreased, which meant that more Esper abilities could be used at the same time. To God, this was a fundamental enhancement. His doppelganger, Esper ability, underwent a transformation because of this. The current upper limit of his genetic chain was enough to support God to create more beyond grade A doppelgangers, far exceeding the previous limit. Furthermore, his main body still had plenty of memory. The quantitative change had reached a qualitative change. It could be said that the optimization brought by the evolution cube had even changed God's combat style to a certain extent. God was absorbing the energy of the fixed star here to create a large number of doppelgangers in preparation for the revenge of his enemies. After angering the Arcane Church and the Red Empire, God knew that these two organizations would surround him for the nth time sooner or later. Now that these two organizations were about to make a move, he would not wait for them to come knocking on his door without making any preparations. God cherished his life because only by living could he fulfill his wish. However, he was not afraid of danger because fighting was the path to becoming stronger. Cherishing his life and being fond of fighting were two characteristics that existed in him at the same time. The encirclement of universal civilizations had always been the best opportunity for him to test his strength. Only by fighting with a beyond grade A would he be able to accurately gauge his strength. This encirclement was also an opportunity in his eyes, and its significance was not ordinary. This was the first time he was going to fight a beyond grade A after his evolution. God's heart was filled with anticipation. He would only know how strong the evolution cube had made him after he gave it a try. Recommended a book, The Capital is Earth by White Rice Introduction. Took off his diapers at the age of 3, stopped wetting the bed at the age of 5, peed 30 feet in the wind at the age of 10. Being obsessed with his own beauty, Lin Ming never thought that he would become a warrior. However, after putting on his military uniform and picking up his gun, the entire galaxy became his battlefield. Chapter 887. The dynasty's encirclement team was gathered in a military area, which was a crucial interstellar field teleportation node. The military Stargate station here was directly connected to the primeval Star River. The Stargate network of the three universal civilizations extended in all directions. With the central galaxy as the center, the Stargate network connected all the star fields. This was one of the foundations of maintaining their dominance. After waiting for a few days, the other dynasty allies who participated in the operation arrived one after another. After the 7 of them arrived, they all boarded the flagship of the dynasty fleet. In the command room of the bridge, the 7 of them gathered together and greeted each other. Everyone's relationship was different, but since it was a cooperative operation, it was necessary for them to get to know each other. During Han Zhao's first trip to the dynasty's mother planet, Kohler had also been present, and the two of them had met before. However, Lotus Swordsman was the dynasty ally who had met for the first time. "Your Excellency, Black Star." Lotus Swordsman nodded slightly. Her white hair was tied into a long braid, and her expression was cold and indifferent. "Hello. This must be the first time we've met." Han Xiao also greeted her politely and extended his hand. Lotus Swordsman lowered her eyes and glanced at Han Zhao's outstretched hand. She hesitated for a while and shook her head, not intending to shake his hand. "I don't like anyone touching my body. Sorry." "Understood." Han Xiao did not mind and retracted his hand. Many beyond grade as had different habits, so he respected her wishes. This time, Milizhao's magic avatar came over and patted Han Zhao's shoulder. "Your Excellency Lotus is our main point of attack in this operation. Her psychic ability is very unique and has extremely strong psychic penetration. It's not that exaggerated." Lotus Swordsman shook her head and said calmly, "ES God also has a psychic esper ability that can protect his soul. At least compared to other aspects, the soul is one of ES God's few weaknesses." Hearing this, Han Xiao nodded and agreed. Including his doppelganger, he had fought ES God 3 times. Together with the information from his previous life, he had a good understanding of ES God's abilities. ES God's scariest advantage was that he had collected all kinds of Esper abilities, so he had almost no shortcomings. He had high mobility abilities such as Dimension Crack and Teleportation, as well as abilities such as Strong Self-Healing and Black Hole to ensure the safety of his physical body. He also had all kinds of powerful attack, control, defense, transformation, and mental Esper abilities. Compared to his physical body, ES God's soul was not that strong, so attacking from the soul level was more efficient. After chatting for a while, the commander of the fleet walked in. He saluted the 7 beyond grade and said with a deep voice, "The fleet is ready. If there are no other questions, we will head to the primeval Star River." As one of the Empire's 3 pillars, Milizhao's had the highest status in the team. He glanced around, and seeing that no one had any objections, he exchanged glances with Han Xiao and nodded. "Let's go." "All right." The commander came before the control panel and issued an order in the entire fleet channel. With a solemn expression, he said with a deep voice, "The ES God encirclement operation has officially begun. All troops move out." The Dynasty fleet moved out, and the battleships spat out propulsion flames as they entered the Stargate one after another. At this moment, Han Zhao's expression changed slightly. Just as the commander announced the start of the operation, a mission notification popped up on his interface, and there were 2 of them. The first mission was Dynasty Battle Campaign, Fallen Arc, Repeatable. This was a faction series mission that could be refreshed repeatedly, and Han Xiao had done it once before. The small objectives in the mission were to kill different numbers and types of Fallen Arc members, and the mission with the most rewards was to deal with ES God. Reducing a certain amount of ES God's health would give him a huge amount of experience and Dynasty contribution points, and destroying an ES God doppelganger would reward him with an ES God Descent card. Han Zhao's ES God character summon card was obtained from this mission. The second mission was Mortal enemy of the three universal civilizations. Mortal enemy of the three universal civilizations. Mission introduction. Chaos gives birth to order, and order gives birth to chaos. They transform each other, but also oppose each other. The three universal civilizations rule the explored universe and are the embodiment of the established order, while God is the spokesperson of chaos and violence. He pursues strength by hook or by crook, and he has been given titles such as Slaughterer of Life, Guide of the Crazy Believers, and so on. All the criminals in the universe are gathered under his command, spreading fear throughout the universe. The three universal civilizations are always thinking of getting rid of this cancer of the universe. And for this goal, they have once again united today, and you have participated in this glorious operation. Mission requirements. Follow the three universal civilizations to deal with God. Reward. According to the damage dealt to God, both the main body and doppelganger can be dealt, and it will be calculated as a percentage of HP. You will receive a random reward when you reach 20%, and you will receive a character summon card, God, when you reach 75%. If you deal more than 100% of God's HP, it will only be counted as 100%. Additional mission requirements. Cooperate with the three universal civilizations and successfully capture or kill God. Additional reward. Randomly draw 3 of God's abilities. Each time, you can choose a specific type of ability or talent, and it can be drawn 3 times or all at once. It's out. Han Zhao's eyes sparkled. Indeed, with the three universal civilizations working together to annihilate God, it was impossible for there not to be a mission for such a big event. He had done the first mission before, so he looked away after a glance. The second mission was the main one, and it seemed to have been triggered by the joint operation. The joint operation of the three universal civilizations was largely driven by him, so it could be said that he had created this mission himself. God was full of treasures, and the reward for randomly drawing his abilities was extremely generous. Furthermore, the random draw mechanism this time was different from the previous missions. In the past, the type of ability could not be chosen, and talents and abilities would be drawn together. This time, it was more targeted. There was also a breakthrough in the number of chances, reaching 3. Furthermore, unlike the previous one-time draw, this time it could be drawn 3 times. This meant that the maximum number of random options had increased from 5 to 15, and there were more possibilities. However, the more generous the reward, the more difficult it would be. The strength of the evolved God was unknown. While Han Xiao was happy, he was also worried about the success rate of this operation. Han Xiao looked at everyone. The other dynasty allies had calm expressions. Although they knew that they were going to deal with God, they did not show any signs of urgency. Among everyone, only he knew what it meant if they could defeat God. This might be a battle that concerned the fate of the entire explored universe. It also concerned whether he could develop steadily. In order to eliminate the hidden danger of the World Tree, even if there was no reward, he had to defeat God. Thinking of this, Han Xiao calmed down. The dynasty has already created enough favorable conditions. The rest will depend on the actual operation. The Primeval Star River was a vast star field, even larger than the Shattered Star Ring. It was divided into 31 star clusters, controlled by 4 supercluster civilizations. Its prosperity was comparable to the sea of star spirits, and it was in the second tier of the universe. The first tier was the Central Galaxy. Because the three universal civilizations strictly controlled the Central Galaxy, there were countless organizations in the second-tier star fields like the Primeval Star River. For example, the headquarters of the Ancient Ones was located in the Primeval Star River. In history, the Primeval Star River had its glory days. During the exploration era, it was the headquarters of a quasi-universal civilization. This civilization was a strong competitor of the three universal civilizations back then. Unfortunately, they did not survive the exploration era war and disappeared. At that time, many local star cluster and star system civilizations were also destroyed in the war, leaving behind many ruins. In terms of a number of ruins, the primeval star river was second only to the ancient star desert. Similarly, there were many desolate universe belts, which were densely distributed. Because they had a mission, the Dynasty fleet did not delay and arrived at the rendezvous point. A few days later, the teams from the Radiant Federation and the Arcane Church finally arrived and met up with the Dynasty fleet. Han Shao also saw the people sent by the other two organizations. 3 from the Arcane Church, 1 from the Radiant Federation. Including the Dynasty, there were a total of 11 beyond grade as. Chapter 888. Somewhere in the primeval Star River, the fleets sent by the Red Empire, the Radiant Federation, and the Arcane Church gathered. The 11 beyond grade as who participated in this operation gathered in the strategic meeting room of the Dynasty's flagship to discuss their strategy. According to the intelligence, ES God is currently at this location. A virtual screen displayed the star map of the primeval Star River, and a certain desolate region had a red that represented ES God's location. The commander of the Dynasty's fleet stood beside the virtual screen and explained the situation to everyone with a serious expression. The purpose of the 3 fleets was to deal with the millions of battleships ES God brought with him, and the commander's mission was to fully cooperate with the beyond Grade A allies. That's an ancient battlefield. Many planets were destroyed by the exploration era, and that region is filled with a large number of wandering meteorites. Manison nodded. He was a big shot in the primeval Star River and was familiar with the situation in the star field. The only beyond grade A sent by the Radiant Federation was Manison. He did not come personally, but sent a mechanical shell with 3 mechanical planetary fortresses that stored a large number of mechanical troops. Although Manison was only one person, the armed forces he had brought over were not inferior to any fleet. He could almost be considered a faction of his own. A beyond grade A from the Arcane Church knocked on the table and asked, "We only saw ES God's eyewitnesses. We only have the reports of ES God's troops. Where did this accurate location information come from? Can it be trusted?" This is the information provided by the local supercluster civilization of the primeval Star River. They have deployed a comprehensive surveillance system in the primeval Star River, and after receiving the report, they started to track ES God's troops. According to the location they provided, we used a star map to verify it. The result is correct, and the accuracy of the information can be guaranteed. The Dynasty commander replied solemnly. The 4 supercluster civilizations controlled the primeval Star River and had placed a large number of spies in this star field. ES God's appearance was enough to attract their attention, and under the Dynasty's request, they shared ES God's location and cooperated with it. However, they did not know the details of the joint operation between the 3 parties. After locking onto the location, they would be able to rush forward through the Stargate network and stop ES God. Han Shao turned around and glanced at them. The 3 beyond grade, as sent by the Arcane Church this time, were all people who did not participate in the battle on Planet Lighthouse. They were all psychics, mages, and launchers. This meant that there was not a single Esper among the 11 of them. The more noteworthy one was the Cannon Master, nicknamed Sun Hunter. He was a member of the Ancient Ones and the strongest of the 3 from the Arcane Church. He was familiar with the Mecha Empire, Milizaus, and Raven Loudy. This fellow's body was very pocket-sized, only the size of a palm, but its body was extremely dense. It was an almost extinct race in the universe, and its body had some characteristics of insects. At this time, it was wearing a miniature mecha and sitting cross-legged on the table. His body was small, but his weapons were mechanical guns and cannons thousands of times larger than him. The contrast was huge. Han Shao remembered that Aesop had once reminded him that some of the Ancient Ones were secretly looking for information about him, and this Sun Hunter was one of them. At first, he thought that this Cannon Master was looking for him to ask him to forge a weapon, but after thinking about it, he eliminated this possibility. The Ancient Ones did not need to ask a new beyond grade A mechanic to forge a weapon for them. During the meeting, Han Shao had been observing the teammates sent by the other 2 parties. There was no need to talk about the Mecha Empire, as he could not see anything from their mechanical bodies. However, the arcane church seemed to have a bad attitude toward the dynasty's allies and the Mecha Empire. Han Shao still did not know that the 10,000 deity scepter had been snatched away by the Radiant Federation. The Arcane Church was most angry with the Radiant Federation for taking advantage of the situation. With Ninja missing, the Beyond Grade A allies under Ethereal naturally would not be nice to the Mecha Empire. If not for the fact that they had a common enemy in ES God, the two sides would have fought on the spot. Since we know ES God's location, the initiative of the battle is in our hands. We need a battle strategy, Milizao said. You're right. Although ES God is a battle maniac, he's not a brute. There's no reason for him not to run when he sees the 11 of us. As long as he abandons his fleet and uses teleportation to escape, we won't be able to catch up to him. Sun Hunter replied. Although his body was small, his voice wasn't soft at all. It was as if there was a ball of muffled thunder in his chest. With a buzzing echo, the room trembled slightly. Han Shao calmed himself down, knocked on the table, and said with a serious expression, "With so many Beyond Grade A combatants participating in this operation, it's obvious that they're not here to do business, but to get rid of ES God. If we want to succeed, there are two problems that have to be solved. First, we can't let ES God escape as soon as he sees him. Second, we have to reduce ES God's mobility and make him lose his advantage of fighting and escaping whenever he wants." Everyone nodded. Although the three universal civilizations had failed to encircle ES God many times in history, there were very few joint operations of this scale. Some of the Beyond Grade A allies present were only here to accept the mission and did not care about ES God's life or death. However, if they cannot take down ES God with so many of them working together, it would be embarrassing for them. Thus, everyone present wanted to complete this mission and get rid of ES God, the mortal enemy of the three universal civilizations. The Beyond Grade as were resilient, and they had failed many times in history, so they would not have the mindset that they would fail this time. The first problem is easy to solve. Manison calmly said, ES God won't foolishly fight 11 Beyond Grade as head-on. We only need to split into two groups. The first group will fight ES God head-on and think of a way to delay him. The rest will lie in ambush and wait for an opportunity to strike. Han Shao nodded in agreement. ES God was not an iron doll and would not try to fight 11 Beyond Grade as head-on. Although they had a lot of combatants, that definitely could not all appear at once. Otherwise, ES God would not even be able to fight once he saw so many of them. He would directly leave the fleet behind and run away, leaving the 11 of them behind to do nothing. You're right. The first batch of Beyond Grade as has to match the strength of the encirclement without scaring ES God away, Raven Loudy interrupted. Therefore, I think 4 or 5 Beyond Grade as is a better plan. It's best if it's 5. ES God has undergone an evolution, and his strength has increased. He definitely wants to test his strength. 5 people should match his expectations, Han Shao said. Usually, the strength of the people sent to encircle ES God was equivalent to 3 ordinary Beyond Grade as. ES God's original strength was not a problem for him to deal with 3 ordinary Beyond Grade as, and he could escape unscathed even if he fought against 4 or 5 of them. As for higher level Beyond Grade as, that was another matter. However, as long as he wanted to run, no one would be able to stop him. With 5 people, not only could they give ES God pressure, they could also make ES God feel that the risk was not high and that there was no need for him to escape. Then, the first group will be 5 people. 3 from the Dynasty and 2 from Ethereal. Don't let ES God discover that the Radiant Federation is involved for the time being. Everyone quickly came up with a plan. This time, Milizao spoke again. However, if we don't restrict ES God's teleportation, the ambush will be meaningless. Even if we launch a surprise attack, ES God can escape at any time. Thus, restricting his mobility is more important. Otherwise, the operation will definitely fail. Hearing this, the mage from the Arcane Church spoke. That's right. The 5 of US will hold ES God back, and the work of restricting ES God's mobility will be done by the ambushers. This will require us to use space magic to envelop the battlefield and cut off the multidimensional and subspace channels in this area. This will temporarily separate this area and cut off God's dimension crevice ability. We also have to make space-time more stable so that all teleportation and hyperdrive abilities will be ineffective. This will turn the battlefield into a space-time locked area. This is a huge project. Everyone nodded. This was an effective method to trap God, and it had been proven in history. However, it was getting harder and harder to achieve. Firstly, this would require a lot of time. The larger the battlefield, the more work it would take to modify it with space magic. Even a beyond grade, a mage would not be able to complete it quickly. Secondly, God's alertness was not low and would usually escape before the space-time locked area was formed. Even if God fell into a trap, it was not as if he had nowhere to run. He could still use normal methods to break out or use some Esper abilities to slowly create a space-time crevice and escape the space-time locked area. In this limited time, it was basically impossible to catch God or kill him. He was not a weakling, and his powerful self-healing and defense Esper abilities would allow him to stall for a long time. I have a space-time stabilizing device that can be activated quickly, Manison said slowly. It can reduce God's dimension crevice and teleportation abilities to a certain extent. It should be able to temporarily lock God down and create an opportunity for the ambush team to enter. He would be able to chase God away by himself, but God was too slippery, and it would be difficult for him to catch him. All the space-time locking devices in his hands required some time to activate, and God would have long disappeared. Furthermore, Han Shao had rejected his deal, and Manison was not willing to work hard. The Radiant Federation's request did not have much of a binding effect on him, and he planned to cooperate with his teammates. To put it simply, Manison positioned himself as the controller or support in this team battle and did not want to carry. Milizao said slowly, "If we want to create a space-time locked area, the 5 people fighting in the front first have to hold God in one area and not let him run around. We have 3 mages on our side, all hiding in the dark. 2 of them will use space-time magic to change the battlefield, and 1 of them will cover the flow of magic energy to reduce the chances of God discovering them. The people fighting in the front also have to cooperate and make God focus on the battle. We also need a psychic to attack his mind and confuse his senses. We have enough manpower, so it's not difficult to do this. However, this is far from being successful." Raven Loudy hesitated for a moment before speaking the truth. "If God falls into the trap, we have to get rid of him before he escapes. Otherwise, all our efforts will be wasted. With God's ability, this is very difficult to do." As soon as he said that, the room fell silent. Everyone frowned. Although this was the first time they had the most people encircling God, if they could not solve this crucial problem, it would only be a repeat of history and a new failure. Just from the discussion before the battle, they had already felt the thorny problem and could not find a solution. God was very difficult to deal with, and everyone knew that they needed some variables. Just as everyone was thinking hard about how to solve this problem, Han Shao took a deep breath. He had 2 variables in his hands: the space-time amber and Esper silence. These 2 abilities could have a decisive impact on the situation. This was also the difference between this operation and the failures in history. Han Shao pondered for a moment before standing up and attracting everyone's attention. He looked around and slowly said, "I have a plan. I have an idea." More than 10 days later, in a desolate universe belt in the primeval Star River, after staying near a star for a few days, God's fleet set off again and moved along the planned route. After sailing peacefully for a period of time, the fleet's radar detected something abnormal. A dynasty fleet appeared right in front of them. When the fallen Ark fleet discovered the other party, the 2 sides were already very close. The dynasty fleet used stealth mode to quietly approach and only revealed their disguise when they were too close. The fallen Ark fleet did not turn around and escape, but went forward under Hakuzen's orders. Both sides quickly appeared in each other's vision and stopped at the same time, facing each other from afar. Woo woo woo. The alarm sounded and spread throughout all the fallen Ark battleships. In the main ship hall, God woke up from his deep sleep and opened his eyes. His gaze seemed to be able to penetrate the walls. A look of anticipation flashed across his face, and he slowly stood up from his throne. It's finally here. I hope I can enjoy it to my heart's content. Another book recommended by P.Y., titled The Second God Kingdom, written by Human Bait. 99 years of compulsory education have taught you how to become an outstanding god. Now, you will enter the true second God kingdom. Unleash your strength and defeat all the abominations. Fight for believers with the chosen ones, just like in a simulation game. Do your best, sons of God. Let the trial of 100 gods begin. At this time, Zhang Fan, who was thinking about how to sleep more comfortably, was confused. P.S. There seem to be more people coming to find me recently. I should make fewer of them in the future. Chapter 889. In the pitch-black universe, the two fleets faced each other. God's figure flashed, and he disappeared from his throne, appearing in the command room beside Hakazan. The other party is the dynasty's armed fleet, with a scale of 5 million battleships. The performance of their battleships is much higher than ours. Since they are able to intercept us, it means that they have grasped our coordinates. My suggestion is not to fight and retreat immediately. Hakazan calmly analyzed the situation upon seeing God. However, God ignored him and released his energy senses. In his senses, there were 3 dazzling energy sources in the dynasty's fleet, all of which were beyond grade as. Sensing the number of opponents, God revealed a look of disappointment. Only 3? This time, the radar sounded again, and an arcane church fleet appeared behind them, surrounding God's fleet with the dynasty's fleet. Sensing the appearance of 2 beyond grade 8 energy sources from the arcane church, God's brows finally relaxed. 5 people, only then will there be value in fighting. The Red Empire and the Arcane Church have indeed joined forces. It seems like they have been lying in ambush here for a long time. The size of their fleet is more than 3 times ours, and they plan to annihilate us. Your Excellency, God, I suggest we break out of the encirclement and retreat immediately. Hakazan slowly said. God did not even look at him and calmly said, inform the entire fleet to prepare for battle. Stall them, and don't let the fleet disturb my battle. Understood. Hakazan's tone had a hint of as expected. He knew that God did not care about their lives at all and only treated them as tools. In front of God, Hakazan gave the battle order, and the fallen Ark fleet changed their formation, facing the outside and forming a defensive formation. God nodded. The next moment, his figure flashed, and he teleported into the universe outside the battleship. Immediately after, a wave of psychic energy exploded with God at the center. The Dynasty and Ethereal battleships were equipped with psychic shielding devices that could resist psychic energy to a certain extent, but the 5 beyond grade has received God's psychic energy and built a channel to communicate. Han Shao was among them, and the moment he connected, he heard God's calm voice. I've been waiting for you for a long time. Hearing this, Han Zhao's eyes flashed. He exchanged glances with his companions and understood each other's meaning from their eyes. If God had teleported away right from the start, they would not have been able to stop him at all. However, God's words clearly meant that he was prepared to stay and fight, so the first step of the god-slaying operation would be considered a success. After exchanging glances, Han Shao and the other 2 left the Dynasty battleship and entered the universe. The 2 people from the Ethereal faction also flew out of the fleet and surrounded God from afar. The atmosphere was tense. Milizaos and the other 2 mages hid in the dark and set up a space-time lock. Manison hid the fact that the Radiant Federation was involved and also laid in ambush, only lending the space-time stabilizing device in his hands to others. After some discussion, the 5 people who would fight God head-on were Han Shao, Vuru, and Lotus Swordsman from the Dynasty, as well as Sun Hunter and a Psychic from the Ethereal faction. The two Psychics were mainly in charge of psychic attacks. Viru was half a tank, and Sun Hunter was an ADC. Han Xiao was the best. He had descended with his main body this time and was going all out. He was the main tank, control, physical damage dealer, pinning down ES God, and so on. Black Star, it's you again. ES God glanced at everyone before locking his eyes on Han Xiao. Since you attacked me, this day would have come sooner or later. Don't tell me you didn't know. Han Xiao raised his brows. Sigh. Fate is really interesting. I clearly didn't plan to deal with you, but you still refuse to let me go. You're seeking death, or rather, you're all seeking death. ES God shook his head. Hearing this, Sun Hunter could not help but interject coldly. I don't know if that rotten brain of yours still remembers how many times you've been beaten back by 3 beyond grade as. Facing the 5 of us, do you think you still have a chance of winning? Heh, that was me in the past. Speaking of which, I still have to thank Black Star for the evolution cube. The Dynasty and Ethereal will regret sending you guys to deal with me. As soon as ES God's voice sounded, Sun Hunter launched the first strike. A modified psionic annihilation particle cannon appeared beside him. His tiny body emitted blinding mechanical force, which flowed through the cannon like an extension of his limbs. He controlled the cannon to shoot out beams of psionic annihilation particle cannon that were so dazzling that they seemed to be able to pierce through space. ES God teleported away, and these annihilation particles that were enhanced by launchers easily penetrated the shields of the fallen Ark battleships one after another. The strong alloy armor was like paper, quickly shattering. The beam of light pierced through the hull of the battleships, and in an instant, the entire battleship collapsed toward the beam of light as though it was being devoured. Not a single part was left. The battleship was completely annihilated at the atomic level. The first shot was fired, and the Dynasty and Ethereal fleets suddenly opened fire. The fallen Ark fleet fiercely retaliated, and the dark universe was instantly illuminated by the crisscrossing beams of the particle cannons. The battle suddenly erupted. Han Zhao's group of 5 also launched their attacks. Psionic Prime led the Apostle weapons and led the Mech Legion to surround ES God. Viru held his weapon and charged toward ES God. Lotus Swordsman and another Psychic directly launched wave after wave of psychic attacks. Sun Hunter seemed to have become a cannon that never stopped, crazily attacking. The situation instantly became chaotic, and the battle entered its climax. ES God's combat style was to flexibly use his abilities according to the environment. Facing the encirclement of 5 beyond grade as he would not forcefully fight them head-on. He had the ability to teleport, and the pressure from the encirclement of the 5 was greatly reduced by him. He could even pass through the encirclement of the Mech Legion and easily approach them. His powerful mobility meant that he had the initiative, and he was in an almost undefeatable position. He could choose to fight or leave with a single thought. Therefore, ES God did not intend to escape for the time being. Instead, he treated the 5 of them as good opponents to test his strength. However, defeating 5 beyond grade as alone was something no one in this universe could do. This was not a simple comparison of strength. The density of attacks from 5 beyond grade as was enough to make an ordinary opponent unable to retaliate. ES God had the advantage of mobility, but Han Zhao's group of 5 could take care of each other, so he could not defeat them one by one. The situation was in a stalemate. Han Xiao had always been wary of ES God, worried that ES God's strength would increase by leaps and bounds after his evolution. However, after exchanging blows with ES God, he felt relieved. During the battle on Planet Lighthouse, Han Xiao had fought ES God before, so he had a good understanding of ES God's strength. ES God's strength had indeed increased, but it was far from reaching the point of transformation. It seems like the strengthening provided by the evolution cube is not enough to change his strength completely. He's still in the beyond grade A realm. Han Xiao secretly heaved a sigh of relief. If ES God had really broken through the limits of the beyond grade A realm and reached the so-called new level, there would be a huge gap in his strength, just like the gap between a Calamity grade and a Beyond grade A. Luckily, although the evolution cube was useful, it did not have the ability to allow one to break through. When he was making the plan, he had already tried to overestimate ES God's strength. However, the strength ES God displayed did not reach his expectations, so he had a greater chance of success. The other four all had the same thought. If ES God's strength did not increase beyond their expectations, they would not have much pressure holding ES God back. However, the next moment, something happened. ES God teleported again, dodging another wave of attacks. He then opened his arms and sent out a message to everyone. The warm-up is over. As his voice sounded, black spheres popped out from ES God's body. These were all doppelgangers that he had created long ago. They were all activated and turned into black mist-like human bodies that contained surging energy. Every doppelganger had received a different Esper ability from ES God and had quasi-beyond grade A strength. As for the number of doppelgangers, there were dozens of them. Why does he have so many doppelgangers? Sun Hunter's expression changed drastically. ES God's information was no longer a secret. Everyone knew that there was an obvious upper limit to his doppelganger ability. Using so many beyond grade A doppelgangers at once had already exceeded the record. Seeing this, Han Zhao's heart trembled, and he instantly understood. The evolution cube did not allow ES God to break through to a new level, but it expanded his strength at the same level. It did not increase his depth but breadth. Compared to other systems, mechanics had the deepest fear of quantitative changes. Mechanics relied on expanding the size of their mech legion to continuously increase their strength and finally form a qualitative change. The evolved version of ES God had the same effect. ES God's strength did not have a breakthrough, but he had obtained a stronger doppelganger ability. With dozens of beyond grade A doppelgangers, each of them could be considered half a beyond grade A super. Even if the doppelgangers were weaker and shared different Esper abilities, they were still extremely powerful troops. This meant that the number of beyond grade, as Han Zhao's group of 5 had to deal with, had increased from 1 to dozens. The threat level had increased exponentially. Originally, it was not as if there had never been more than 5 beyond grade as sent to deal with ES God. Even if ES God could not win, he could always escape unscathed. However, this time, ES God already had the ability to face 5 or more beyond grade as head-on. He was not satisfied with just escaping. If he could defeat or even kill the 5 beyond grade as sent by the universal civilizations, he would break his own record. He would be able to intimidate the universal civilizations and obtain the most satisfactory result from the combat strength test. However, ES God did not know that there were more than 5 opponents. There were still 6 people hiding in the bushes, waiting to ambush him. As soon as the dozens of doppelgangers appeared, they split up. Most of them rushed over to fight with Han Zhao's group of 5. The situation changed from 5 people surrounding ES God to 5 people surrounding him. The remaining doppelgangers entered the battlefield and used their beyond grade A strength to madly attack the Dynasty and Ethereal battleships. The Fallen Ark fleet, which was originally at a disadvantage, gradually turned the situation around. The pressure on Han Zhao and the other 4 increased sharply. It was as if they were facing the attacks of dozens of beyond grade, as with different abilities. If not for the help of the Mech Legion, the other 4 would not have been able to hold on at all. Through his doppelgangers, ES God displayed the various Esper abilities he had accumulated without holding back. His main body retained strong self-healing and Esper ability, Black Hole, while the other doppelgangers had all sorts of strange Esper abilities. In the chaotic battle, Han Zhao looked at ES God's main body, which did not join the battle, with a solemn expression. His performance at that moment was truly in line with his nickname, the God of Esper abilities. The 5 of them were surrounded by danger. Han Zhao was still fine as his main body was tanky enough. However, the Mech Legion was being rapidly depleted under the attacks of the Beyond Grade and the Apostle weapons were also in a tough battle. Han Xiao originally wanted to see if he could save the perfect mechanical sense character summon card, but seeing this, he knew that he had no choice but to use it. He immediately activated the perfect mechanical sense, and his mechanical force lightning pulsated, becoming thicker and brighter. While his machinery affinity skyrocketed, Han Xiao gritted his teeth and ordered the Mech Legion to focus fire on the ES God doppelgangers. Each Esper ability could only be used by one doppelganger at the same time, so most of the ES God doppelgangers did not have any resistance Esper abilities. They had the destructive power of a beyond grade A, but did not have the corresponding tankiness, so they were all very fragile. Thus, the bombardment of the Mech Legion achieved results very quickly. Beams of blue light hit the black fog-like figures, and under the psionic cannon fire, a quarter of the ES God doppelgangers were quickly eliminated. However, the next scene made everyone's heart skip a beat. ES God's main body relied on Black Hole, and not only did he not dodge, he even took the initiative to attack, crazily absorbing energy and creating new doppelgangers to replenish the losses of the doppelgangers. This scene fell into everyone's eyes, and everyone's heart was filled with solemnity. This is going to be troublesome. This is going to be troublesome. On the other side, the 6th Beyond grade, as hiding in the dark, also learned about the ability ES God displayed through the mental communication network built by the psychics. Their hearts sank. Ravenlaud's expression was grave. ES God's doppelganger ability has been strengthened. Even if we successfully set up a space-time lock area, he will be able to use a large number of doppelgangers to buy time for him. This plan won't work. Their plan was to use space-time lock to trap ES God, and before he escaped, they would follow Han Zhao's plan to control ES God. However, the strength ES God displayed was beyond their expectations. Even if they managed to trap ES God temporarily, they would not be able to control him before he escaped. We have to give it a try. Don't stop. Continue setting up. Milizhao's wasn't sure either, but they could only continue with the plan. There was no better choice. I wonder how long they can last, Manison said calmly. Before the trap was completed, they could not interfere and help. The job of stalling ES God could only be left to the 5 of them. Han Xiao and the others were under immense pressure. Chapter 890. A sharp pugilist flame slashed out like a beam of light, slicing open an ES God doppelganger's body and turning it into a cloud of black mist. Viru's body was covered in flames, and he moved through the battlefield like a meteor. Under the cover of the Mech Legion, he accurately killed ES God's doppelgangers one after another. There were many wounds on his body, and his condition was clearly not good. This guy has too many doppelgangers, and we can't kill them all. He can even create new doppelgangers, so it won't make any difference no matter how many we kill. Instead, we'll be heavily injured if we're careless. Viru's tone was grave. He raised the weapon in his hand, gritted his teeth, and blocked another ES God doppelganger's dark matter jet. On the other side, Sun Hunter controlled the fortress-like cannons and fired thousands of cannons, destroying an ES God doppelganger with the energy deflection Esper ability. However, his expression was rather ugly, and he replied in the mental communication network, "This battle is too intense. This kind of high-intensity battle consumes too much energy. I can't recover energy as quickly as ES God and Black Star." The actual combat strength of ES God's doppelgangers was uneven, and it mainly depended on the Esper abilities they were given. Furthermore, due to their poor endurance and low tankiness, ES God's doppelgangers were definitely not a match for a true beyond grade A super. Previously, when ES God attacked the Star Pupil race, Cisco had easily defeated 2 ES God doppelgangers by himself. However, the situation now was different. The pressure brought by the dozens of ES God doppelgangers was completely different. It was equivalent to facing dozens of beyond grade A super at the same time, and they could not kill all of them. This was very troublesome. Being besieged, new wounds kept appearing on everyone's bodies. Other than Han Xiao, the other 4 had limited recovery abilities. Furthermore, this kind of dangerous battle had greatly depleted their mental and physical strength. Other than Han Xiao, the other four people's condition was inevitably deteriorating. Han Shao frowned and controlled the Mech Legion to block the majority of God's doppelgangers. The pressure was immense, and the formation of the Mech Legion was torn apart by the dozens of beyond grade A doppelgangers. A large number of mechanical soldiers were smashed into pieces by the attacks of the beyond grade as and flew everywhere. They were then reassembled by Han Shao using the advanced version of waste modification and thrown into the battlefield. The mechanical soldiers were not afraid of death. The psionic cannons counterattacked and destroyed the doppelgangers one after another. The efficiency of killing doppelgangers was much higher than the other four. Luckily, the Mech Legion that had been strengthened many times had better performance and reduced the rate of exhaustion. With the help of four teammates, they could at least fight evenly with God. However, in terms of endurance, the evolved God was even scarier. As long as he was given enough time, he would be able to wipe out the Mech Legion. Han Shao had to admit that his chances of winning against God were extremely slim. However, this was not a one-on-one battle, and he did not need to defeat God alone. His mission was to stall God with his teammates and restrict him to this battlefield until the six of them finished setting up the space-time lock trap. Han Shao was very clear that if the five of them could not handle God's attacks, the ambushers would have no choice but to run out to rescue God. God would most likely turn around and run. At that time, the trap would not be completed and they would not be able to stop God. Thinking quickly, Han Shao turned to look at God's main body, which was sitting cross-legged in the void. New doppelgangers were constantly being created from his body and thrown into the battlefield. After using the doppelganger tactic, God's main body retreated to the side and did not participate in the battle personally. He only watched with interest as the others fought with his doppelgangers. God did not need to do anything personally. Just his doppelgangers were enough to make five beyond grade as miserable. He enjoyed this kind of overwhelming strength. Sun Hunter and Viru had tried to close in, but God's teleportation prevented them from getting close to him. Even Han Shao could not hit God's main body. There were many methods that he could not use. He could only wait until God's teleportation was suppressed by the trap before he had the chance to use his trump card. However, with his current strength, even if he did not use a character summon card, Han Zhao's own combat strength was enough to last for a long time. After crossing the first threshold, the few talents that he had obtained increased his health to about 5 million. Only Lotus Swordsman and the other psychic could slightly restrain God. Their eyes flashed, and they continuously released invisible psychic attacks that pierced into God's brain like sharp swords, bombarding his mental barrier. No matter how many doppelgangers God had, he only had one soul. The psychic attacks of the two of them were effective against his main body. However, God also had the Esper ability to protect himself and heal the damage to his soul. Although he would suffer from psychic damage, he would not be so easily restrained by the two psychics. Because psychics were a threat to him, God's main target was not Han Shao, Sun Hunter, or Viru, but the two psychics. Han Shao had the apostle weapons lead the mechanical army to protect the two of them. The battle there was the most intense. Psionic Prime Spear pierced through the core of God's doppelganger. Mad Sky Hunter bit the head of the doppelganger. Silver Flash shot the target doppelganger. And Giant King Kong used its enormous body covered in giant god battlesuit to protect the psychics and the other apostle weapons. The apostle weapons also had the strength of a quasi-beyond grade A, and they used different weapons to fight against God's doppelgangers. A portion of God's doppelgangers charged into the Dynasty and Ethereal fleets, destroying battleships one after another. One of God's doppelgangers smashed through the shield of a battleship like a meteor, penetrating through the hull from head to tail. The battleship behind him exploded into a ball of blinding light. This time, countless dark energy annihilation cannons fired from all directions, blasting everything in the area into nothingness. This God doppelganger was destroyed by the surrounding battleships. The casualties of the fleet are increasing. With the interference of these God doppelgangers, we won't be able to destroy the fallen Ark fleet. It's disadvantageous for us if this drags on, the Dynasty commander said with a solemn expression. If the 5 Beyond Grade as could not stop God, the fleet would be attacked by the Beyond Grade as. God's doppelgangers shuttled through the fleet, causing trouble and seriously interfering with the fleet's battle. This caused the fleet led by Hakazin to barely maintain a balanced battle and not be wiped out by the Dynasty and Ethereal fleets. The fallen Ark fleet was surrounded in the center, forming a defensive formation with a huge shield to withstand the attacks from all directions. Hakazin commanded the fleet while paying attention to God's battle situation. His Excellency God's strength is becoming more and more terrifying. Hakazin's tone was filled with hesitation. That's right. To be able to deal with 5 Beyond Grade as so easily as expected of God, an adjutant beside him said with a fanatical expression. Hakazin licked his dry lips and said with a strange tone, even 5 Beyond Grade as can't win against God. This is not even His Excellency God's limit. The 3 universal civilizations sent too few people. We still underestimated him. TSK, TSK. As he spoke, Hakazin summoned another officer. You'll be in command of the fleet now. What do you want to do? I have other things to do. This is the secret mission His Excellency God gave me. Hakazin turned around, left the command room, and headed to the cabin where the backup spaceships were stored. He knew that God was already suspicious of him. When God resolved this crisis, he would most likely be dealt with. God never needed evidence to punish his subordinates. Furthermore, regardless of whether God could survive this encirclement, Hakazin did not plan to stay by God's side. After a long battle, other than Han Shao, the 4 of them were all covered in wounds. The Mech Legion's losses were also increasing, and their condition was deteriorating. God looked at the few of them and was very satisfied. He sent out a mental message. Blackstar, do you see this? This is the power you gave me. What do you think? Han Shao was using the Amber Ball array to block the long-range energy shot by a doppelganger. Hearing this, he snorted and said, not much. God did not mind and continued. Heh. Although I haven't broken through the limit of the Beyond Grade A realm, my current combat strength should be at the peak of the explored universe. The 5 of you won't be able to fight back at all in front of me. Hearing this, Sun Hunter fired a shot at God without hesitation and an energy beam shot toward God. This time, God did not teleport. He did not move and use his body to take this attack head-on. He activated Esper ability, Black Hole, to absorb a large amount of energy, replenishing his energy and creating more doppelgangers. However, the remaining power of this energy beam still tore his flesh apart. It was as if he had become a severely burned patient, completely disfigured. However, the next moment, flesh grew out of his wounds, and his injuries healed quickly. God returned to his original appearance, almost as if he had never been injured. His recovery speed was no slower than Han Zhao's. A futile attack. God glanced at Sun Hunter before turning his gaze back to Han Shao. Blackstar, you're not the only one with an immortal body. Han Shao was expressionless. With his self-healing Esper ability in God's hands, he could naturally perform at the level of a Beyond Grade A Super. He said calmly, every time you repair your body, you consume the activity of your cells. When your cells reach the limit, your lifespan will also come to an end. This is the disadvantage of self-healing. That's right. I'm already old. Every time I fight, I burn my lifespan, God said calmly. However, your evolution cube has increased my lifespan quite a bit, enough for me to squander. At the very least, you guys won't have any chance in this battle. God's current strength came from the evolution energy, which he obtained from Han Shao. Thus, he treated Han Shao differently. Do you think you've already won? Sun Hunter interrupted coldly. Oh, if you guys still have any trump cards that you haven't used yet, you'd better give me a surprise as soon as possible. Otherwise, you won't even have the strength to escape. ES God's voice was filled with confidence. If I kill you guys here, the Red Empire and the Arcane Church will be furious. I'm not interested in attracting the next wave of enemies for the time being, so letting you guys escape is the best choice. However, if you don't escape, I won't be stingy with killing you. Through this battle, ES God had tested his combat strength. Defeating this wave of pursuers was enough to show his strength. As long as he did not kill these pursuers, the three universal civilizations would not pursue him in the short term. He also wanted to keep a low profile for a period of time to familiarize himself with his strength after evolution. Thus, he did not plan to kill Han Shao and the others. Otherwise, the universal civilizations would definitely not let this matter rest after suffering such a huge loss. This did not suit ES God's current needs. He hoped that Han Shao and the others would retreat. Han Shao turned around and looked. His companions were all injured and were not in good condition. It was indeed as ES God had said. With just the 5 of them, they would not be able to do anything to ES God. If they continued fighting, they would only sink deeper and deeper until their lives were in danger. At this time, Han Shao suddenly smiled. ES God, do you know? I know your threat better than anyone else. My threat? ES God raised his brows. My deeds are spread all over the universe. Do I need you to emphasize this? No. I'm not talking about the same thing. Han Shao narrowed his eyes. ES God tilted his head. I don't understand what you mean. Han Shao smiled and did not plan to explain in detail. Back then, ES God had purposely revealed the wormhole data to Han Shao. His goal was to lure the other organizations to study it together. However, he hid the information about the World Tree Civilization. ES God thought that he was the only one who knew about the existence of the World Tree Civilization. In truth, there was nothing wrong with ES God's idea. If it was anyone else other than Han Shao, they would not have known about this secret and would only have fallen into his trap and helped him study this set of wormhole data. ES God's goal was to open up this channel so that he could reap the benefits. However, ES God would not have thought that Han Shao also knew about the existence of the World Tree Civilization. They were the only 2 people in the explored universe who knew about this secret, and ES God was still in the dark. It was because of the lack of information that ES God did not know how determined Han Shao was to kill him. According to his past experience, the number of beyond grade as who came to deal with him this time should be between 4 to 6. 5 was within his expectations. Therefore, he did not expect that under Han Zhao's operation, the number of people who came to deal with him this time far exceeded 5 beyond grade as. The moment Han Shao finished speaking, some changes suddenly occurred. ES God's expression changed drastically. He could clearly sense that a layer of space magic suddenly spread out and quickly enveloped the entire area. The multidimensional channel was cut off, and the space-time coefficient was locked. The space was so stable that it was indestructible without any gaps. At the same time, Han Shao also activated the rapid space stabilization device that the Mecha Empire had lent him. Its range covered ES God, preventing him from escaping using teleportation while the trap was forming. Without teleportation, he would not have the mobility to take the initiative. In ES God senses, 6 beyond grade, energy sources suddenly appeared in the distance of the battlefield and rapidly approached. Milazau's group of 6 appeared at the edge of the battlefield and surrounded him. Seeing this, ES God's expression darkened and shock appeared in his eyes. Why are there still 6 people? Chapter 891. The space-time lock area was the same, and the mechanics could not open the secondary dimension channel. ES God's dimension crevice and teleportation also lost their effects. The 3 universal civilizations had recorded countless Esper abilities, and most of them had methods to counter them. Other than some super high-risk Esper abilities, there were no abilities that could not be countered. So, it was a trap. How generous. ES God was surprised for a moment before regaining his composure. This was not the first time he had experienced such danger, so he did not panic. Only the number of enemies surprised him. Not only the dynasty and ethereal, even the Radiant Federation also participated in the encirclement. A total of 11 beyond grade as besieging him. This was beyond his expectations. If not for the fact that the three universal civilizations had sent enough manpower this time, it would have been very difficult for him to fall into this trap. It was obvious that at least 4 to 5 people would be needed to deal with ES God head-on without him suspecting anything, and 3 mages would also be needed to set up a space-time lock area without being discovered. In other words, at least 7 to 8 people were needed. Luo Zhong said with a deep voice, "Manison, I didn't think that you would come to deal with me too." Among the 11 people, ES God only had eyes for 4, which were Manison, Milizhao's, Sun Hunter, and Han Shao. He had fought with all of them before, and Manison was his most important opponent. It's just a deal. Furthermore, I warned you not to step into the primeval Star River, Manison said calmly. ES God nodded and looked at everyone. Although he was surrounded, he did not panic and slowly said, "Even if you have more people, it won't be that easy to get rid of me." He had 2 escape plans. One was to escape the trap area, but now that he was surrounded, it was basically a failure. He could only choose the second plan, which was to use his Space Esper ability to slowly penetrate the space-time lock area, drill a crevice, and teleport away. The prerequisite for this plan was to stall for enough time. ES God's confidence came from his large number of doppelgangers. Even if he was surrounded, he could use his doppelgangers to deal with everyone. He also had all kinds of self-healing, energy absorption, and defensive Esper abilities to ensure that he would not be defeated in a short time. Thus, ES God was not nervous at all. Everyone had analyzed the situation before the battle and knew that they could not stall for time. They looked at each other and nodded. "Follow the plan. I'm counting on you, Black Star." In the next moment, everyone attacked at the same time, and a joint attack erupted. ES God's dozens of doppelgangers were engaged in a fierce battle with the Beyond Grade and the rate of casualties was extremely fast. However, ES God continued to absorb energy through his Esper ability, creating new doppelgangers and withstanding the attacks of 11 Beyond Grade Although ES God barely fought, it was already shocking enough. Even the surrounding Beyond Grade could not help but marvel at this level of combat strength. The evolved ES God was truly a monster. If not for Black Star's suggestion to join forces to deal with him, who else would be able to threaten him in the future? Han Shao shuttled through the battlefield, passing through the heavy blockade of doppelgangers under the cover of the others, and approached ES God's main body. ES God had already fought with Han Shao earlier, so he did not suspect anything and continued fighting with Han Shao. However, as soon as their bodies touched, ES God felt a strange energy coming from Han Zhao's body and entering his body. The next moment, the restless Esper abilities in ES God's body seemed to have been injected with a tranquilizer, and they all quieted down. This is Esper silence? ES God's expression suddenly changed, and he finally revealed a shocked expression. His eyes were filled with doubt, not understanding why Han Shao had his ability. "It's effective." Han Shao received the notification on the interface and heaved a sigh of relief. During the pre-battle meeting, he had already discussed the strategy with the others. He would only use the Esper Silence character summon card when they were surrounded. Han Shao had been hiding this move all along, waiting for this opportunity. The moment Esper Silence took effect, the movements of all the doppelgangers froze, and he could not maintain this ability. All the doppelgangers exploded, turning into black mist and dissipating. Because the difference was too great, the duration of Esper Silence was the minimum. However, this instant disrupted ES God's doppelganger strategy. Everyone was already prepared. The moment ES God lost his Esper ability, the 3 mages cast the control spells they had prepared. The psychics interfered with ES God's mental operation. The pugilists used energy to suppress ES God's main body, and Han Shao injected ES God's main body with a nano-size cell suppressor to reduce his energy activity. In an instant, ES God was under heavy control. Many Beyond Grade suppressed his movements at the same time, making him almost unable to move. His strength recovered very quickly, and he tried to break free. However, the control spells of so many beyond grade as were like indestructible shackles, binding every single one of his limbs and fixing him on the spot. Under the multiple effects, the energy in his body stagnated and could not be used. He could not turn it into fuel to activate his Esper ability. Although the doppelganger strategy was very strong, in terms of pure energy, he could not withstand the combined attacks of so many beyond grade as. God stared at Han Shao, confused. How do you know how to use my ability? You have plenty of time to think about it in the future. Han Shao did not hesitate. He took out the space-time amber and used it on God. After entering the second layer of the soul connection, the production speed of the amber balls increased. The space-time amber was the core of this plan. So many people could suppress God, but they could not stay together forever. God had all kinds of Esper abilities, and other methods of imprisonment were useless against him. He had countless ways to escape. Only the space-time amber, which had proven its effects, could possibly imprison God. It was decided in the pre-battle meeting that Han Shao would be the core of this operation, and everyone's job was to help him capture God with the space-time amber. If not for the Esper silence and the space-time amber, God might have really escaped. These two things were the key variables in this operation. God also had a very strong perception of space. Sensing that the space around him was distorting, a look of realization appeared in his eyes. So, this is the legendary effect of the space-time amber. What a magical universal treasure. God paused for a moment and barely moved his facial muscles. I never thought that I would fall into your hands. Han Shao knew that if a villain spoke too much, the tables would be turned. He did not plan to speak and focused on activating the space-time amber at full power. Seeing that the situation was hopeless, God stopped struggling and stared at Han Shao with an expressionless face. His tone was profound. Black Star, we will meet again sooner or later. That will depend on when the three universal civilizations ask me to let you out. Han Zhao's eyes flashed, and he suddenly cut off the energy supply. The next moment, God's expression and actions were completely frozen. He was completely sealed in the space-time amber. A new month has begun. Looking for a monthly ticket. Chapter 892. The moment the space-time amber was formed, the energy was isolated. Everyone stopped and surrounded God. Some of them stared at God in the amber with wide eyes. Did we succeed? Sun Hunter knocked on the shell of the amber ball and stared at God, who was motionless inside, with a hint of surprise in his eyes. Before the battle, the success rate of the operation was not low, but when it was actually completed, many beyond grade has found it hard to believe. God was infamous in the universe and had escaped the encirclement of the universal civilizations countless times. Now, he was really captured. Furthermore, the operation was quite successful. The time of an individual imprisoned by the space-time amber will be frozen. His soul will still be conscious, but his body will not be able to move. We did indeed capture him, Han Shao explained. Humph, to think that this guy would have such a day. Mila Zhao's shook his head. 11 people took action. It would be embarrassing if we failed. Manison's expression was very calm, but he also felt a little emotional about losing an old acquaintance. However, as soon as this emotion appeared, Manison suppressed it. His gaze turned to the space-time amber in Han Zhao's hands, and everyone else also turned to look at this universal treasure. Although everyone was shocked that God was captured, it did not last long. After all, they were all beyond grade and they did not have the mentality of looking up to God. Instead, they were more interested in the space-time amber. During this period, due to the rumors of the battle on Planet Lighthouse, the space-time amber had entered the sights of all the beyond grade as. No one was not interested in a universal treasure that could easily imprison a beyond grade A super. Now that they finally saw the space-time amber in action, everyone had their own thoughts, and it was inevitable that they were envious. Black Star had the ability to imprison a beyond grade A super, so he was more or less a threat to everyone. This made everyone evaluate him not only from the perspective of combat strength, but Han Zhao's position was special in their eyes. Sensing everyone's gazes, Han Zhao raised his brows and put away the space-time amber. "What a good item," Sun Hunter said with emotion. Sun Hunter sighed. "Black Star, your luck is not bad. You actually have 2 universal treasures in your hands." Han Zhao raised his eyebrows. He was happy to hear others praise his luck. After all, only things that didn't exist needed to be emphasized, just like how ordinary people like to be called handsome. After pausing for a moment, he changed the topic and said, "Now that ES God is captured, the mission is complete. I will bring ES God back to the dynasty. Does anyone have any objections?" Manison shook his head. He was very interested in ES God's body, but unfortunately, he could not open the space-time amber. The 3 from the Arcane Church wanted to say something, but stopped. After thinking about it, they did not reject Han Zhao's request. The Arcane Church also wanted to bring ES God back and imprison him, but the situation was not in their favor. There were 7 people from the dynasty present, and they did not have the confidence to snatch ES God, nor was there a need to do so. "Since there are no objections, leave it to us." Milizos nodded. "Black Star, you contributed the most in this mission to capture ES God. The dynasty will cooperate and publicize your deeds." "I know." Han Zhao smiled. ES God and the Fallen Ark were extremely famous in the universe. They had a notorious reputation as a paradise for villains, causing countless galactic residents to tremble in fear. Now that this guy was captured by the dynasty, it was definitely big news. The dynasty would not let go of this opportunity to publicize their contribution to maintaining the peace of the universe, eliminating a scourge that threatened the safety of the galactic residents. As the promoter of the plan and the person who contributed the most, he would definitely be the focus of the publicity. When this matter was spread out, his reputation would definitely skyrocket, and it would most likely become one of his representative achievements. The influence of this matter would not be lower than the Battle of Planet Lighthouse. With ES God's identity, he might not be able to obtain any political assets, but he would definitely obtain high legendary points. Of course, compared to the hidden dangers of the World Tree civilization, these were all trivial matters. Eliminating the hidden dangers was much more important. At the very least, the citizens of the explored universe would not suddenly receive news of the World Tree invasion while squatting at home. Without the threat of ES God, the enthusiasm of the various civilizations for the spatial data would definitely decrease. The research team of the Fallen Ark would also not continue to carry out the orders of the previous leader, so the time to connect to the World Tree Civilization's universe would definitely be delayed. Capturing ES God at this stage would definitely change the storyline of ES God completely. However, compared to the sudden change in the situation caused by the World Tree Civilization's early invasion, this was definitely worth it, winning more time for stable development. In the future, the 3 universal civilizations and the World Tree Civilization would definitely discover each other, and there would definitely be a battle. This was a universal disaster, and Han Zhao had been accumulating strength for this. To him, the later this day, the better. By the way, ES God also said that he would meet me again sooner or later. Han Zhao's eyes flashed. He had been focused on sealing ES God earlier and did not think about ES God's words. Now that he had relaxed, all sorts of guesses appeared in his mind. ES God also knew about the existence of the World Tree Civilization, so he should also know that there would definitely be a battle between the 2 sides. Therefore, what he meant was that the 3 universal civilizations might rely on his strength and release him. Han Zhao shook his head. Who knew when that would happen? By then, ES God's consciousness might have already been wiped out by the long imprisonment. This time, Lotus Swordsman suddenly said coldly, "There's something I need to remind you. When I interfered with ES God's soul on the mental level earlier, the moment before he was sealed, I sensed an abnormal mental fluctuation." Han Zhao's expression froze. What kind of fluctuation? ES God's mental strength erupted at that moment, and his resistance became many times stronger. It seemed like he wanted to use his mental strength to stimulate his body and break free, but he did not succeed. After that, the space-time amber sealed him, and our psychic powers were also ejected. Got it. Han Shao pondered for a moment before nodding. It sounded like ES God's last attempt to survive, but it failed, so it was quite normal. They did not argue about the ownership of ES God and quickly reached a consensus. They then turned to look at the battlefield and saw that the three Universal Civilizations fleets were still dealing with the remaining Fallen One battleships, but no one had any intention of helping. They only had ES God in their eyes. Now that the main culprit had been eliminated, these small fries were not worth the effort. Han Shao was still thinking about the Dynasty contribution points from Dynasty Battle Campaign. Fallen Arc, repeatable, so he sent a portion of his mechanical army to chase after the fleet. When ES God was captured, the remaining Fallen Arc fleet gave up resisting. The crew members were all wanted criminals of the various civilizations, so none of them surrendered. Instead, they fled in all directions, being chased down by the three Universal Civilizations fleets. Not even one in 10,000 managed to escape. While waiting for the battle to end, Han Shao secretly opened the interface and looked at the large number of notifications that had popped up. Dynasty Battle Campaign, Fallen Arc, repeatable, had been calculated as normal. The few Face ES God missions had all been completed, and just the experience reward alone had reached more than 30 billion. Even with the standard of level 280, he could still level up a few times. Of course, the prerequisite for obtaining so much experience was to destroy ES God's doppelgangers. In the later stages of his previous life, only a very small number of players had the chance to do so. In his eyes, it was not difficult at all. The Dynasty contribution points had also skyrocketed, and he had obtained more than 10,000 points, which was close to the cost of 2 ultimate knowledges. What a bountiful harvest! At the same time, a brand new character summon card, ES God, had also landed in Han Zhao's hands. However, ES God had too many abilities, and the chances of drawing Esper Silence were extremely low. This time, his luck was average. The effect of the character summon card was teleportation, and the limit was 10 uses. The ability was actually not bad, but it was a little useless to him. He already had Void Hyperdrive, so the effect was not much different from teleportation. However, Void Hyperdrive had a cooldown, so it was acceptable to have multiple teleportation abilities. At the very least, the number of uses was quite high. Han Shao had invested quite a lot in dealing with ES God this time. He had used up all the uses of Esper Silence, which was his trump card against Espers. He had also used up one of his perfect mechanical sense cards. He still had a blank character summon card, so he could copy another perfect mechanical sense, but he did not plan to do so at the moment. The battle with ES God on Planet Lighthouse had given him enough fame, and no one would come to provoke him for a long time. Thus, he was not in a hurry to use up the blank character summon card. The other mission, Mortal Enemy of the Three Universal Civilizations, was also displayed as completed. Capturing ES God alive had completed the additional mission requirement. He could draw 3 of ES God's abilities, which were far more valuable than a character summon card. His molding talents were basically all drawn this way. Han Shao did not end this mission immediately. With such a precious reward, would it not be a waste of an opportunity if he did not go back and touch his godson? With his black face, it would be a miracle if he could get anything good. Apart from the mission reward, Han Technician also obtained a large amount of experience from killing enemies. Killing ES God's doppelgangers also gave him a lot of experience. Furthermore, the doppelgangers were endless, which allowed him to farm a lot of them. After looking at the interface for a while, the battle between the fleets finally ended. Han Shao looked at the Beyond grade as of the other 2 civilizations. Our cooperation ends here. Thank you for your help. You're welcome. If you have time, you can come to my territory and sit down. Manison invited Han Shao. No, I still have to send ES God back. Let's talk about it another time. Han Shao declined. Next time then. Manison shook his head, feeling that it was a pity. He then turned around and left. Sun Hunter took the initiative to exchange numbers with Han Shao and brought the people of the Arcane Church back to the main ship. Han Shao brought the captured ES God back to the Dynasty's main ship with Milizao's and the others. The 11 of them returned to their respective troops, and the three universal civilizations' fleets parted ways, leaving in different directions. Chapter 893. God was really captured. In the ruler's office on planet Crimson Ring, Urinril received the report from the fleet commander and was slightly stunned. The dynasty ruler was very busy, so after helping Black Star find helpers for the three universal civilizations, she did not continue to pay attention to this operation. Urinril valued Han Zhao's wish to get rid of God, but she did not really care about this operation. Her mentality was like a billionaire investing a few $100,000 in a small investment just to test the waters. Whether it succeeded or not, she could accept it. Now that she received the report of her team's success, she was also pleasantly surprised. God, who had always been a headache for them, finally fell. God's existence had always been a worry for the three universal civilizations, representing chaos and lawlessness. He had always been the enemy of order, and the two sides drew a clear line on the surface, but sometimes the three universal civilizations relied on his strength. God's notoriety came from his violence, and while he was violent, he obviously would not mess with the three universal civilizations for no reason. Most of the time, his targets were star cluster or supercluster civilizations. Wreaking havoc in the territories of these civilizations was secretly in the interests of the three universal civilizations. On the other hand, the Fallen Ark attracted thugs and wanted criminals from all over the universe. The disadvantage was that God's forces would expand because of this, making it harder to deal with him. It also gave rise to many fanatics who chased after God. The advantage was that it gathered all the villains in the universe, making it easier for the three universal civilizations to monitor and catch them all, reducing the pressure on the security of many star fields. Of course, the premise was that God was strong enough. If he was not difficult to deal with, the three universal civilizations would not have allowed him to exist. Now that Black Star had really captured God and helped them get rid of this troublesome enemy, the three universal civilizations were happy to see this happen. This was equivalent to capturing the leader of terrorists like Uncle Lantern, representing the three universal civilizations' anti-terrorism efforts. The greater the shadow God left on the galactic residents, the greater the reputation of the three universal civilizations. Urinril nodded with satisfaction. Very good. Black Star didn't waste my help. Well done. God was more or less careless. Otherwise, with his ability, almost no one in the universe can catch him, Claudia said calmly. He was also an old opponent of God, so his judgment was accurate. If God had decisively teleported away the moment he was surrounded, no one would have been able to catch him. Unfortunately, this was only a theoretical situation. With God's personality, there was no way he would do such a thing. The prerequisite to becoming the strongest was to not be afraid of challenges. If he only knew how to run, he would not have reached his current fame and achievements. He might have become another type of threat, and the three universal civilizations would have eliminated him long ago. No matter what, Black Star didn't let me down. Urinril was getting more and more satisfied with Han Zhao. The battle on Planet Lighthouse had dealt a heavy blow to the Arcane Church's arrogance, and now they had eliminated a mortal enemy of the three universal civilizations. Black Star had only joined for a little more than a year, but he had already brought the dynasty considerable benefits. Not long after the fleet set off, they received a reply from the upper echelons of the Empire. In the middle of the command room, a remote projection appeared. It was the ruler, Urinril. Seeing this, all the dynasty soldiers present stood up and bowed respectfully. Han Zhao and the other beyond grade as also nodded symbolically. You have all done very well this time and made a huge contribution to the dynasty. The dynasty will not be stingy with the corresponding rewards. Urinril stood in front of everyone with her hands behind her back. Her tone was filled with praise. Facing the leader of the dynasty, everyone maintained the dignity of a beyond grade A and only nodded, indicating that they accepted her praise. If not for Black Star persuading the Radiant Federation to join the plan, I wouldn't have facilitated this joint operation. I've seen the report. Black Star contributed the most during the capture process, and the dynasty is planning to use Black Star as the core of the subsequent publicity. Do you have any objections? Unravel turned to look at Han Shao. Capturing ES God was a shocking achievement, and Unravel was prepared to give the majority of the credit to Han Shao to help him expand his influence. Of course not. This is the truth. Milazau's laughed. The old dragon had been heavily injured during the battle on Planet Lighthouse and had always been brooding over it. Now that ES God was captured, he felt as if he was drinking a cold soda on a hot day. His impression of Han Shao became even better. The others did not have any thoughts. They were still waiting to borrow the evolution cube, so naturally, no one would compete with Han Shao. Then, I'll thank the dynasty in advance. Han Shao smiled. Bring ES God back as soon as possible. The dynasty will lock him up in the most secure place. Unravel paused. By the way, Black Star, you said that the souls of those sealed by the space-time amber will dissipate after a long period of imprisonment, right? That's right. Han Shao nodded and immediately understood what the ruler meant. The dynasty wants to study ES God's body? Yes, ES God's body has a very high research value. He grasped all kinds of Esper abilities through genetic chain recombination. If we can crack this ability, the dynasty's genetic technology will improve, and the number of supers cultivated will increase greatly. Unravel did not hide anything. Of course, we will only start this research after ES God's soul dissipates. How long do you think it will take to destroy ES God's soul? Han Shao stroked his chin. I suggest at least 500 years in prison. Unravel pondered for a while before nodding. All right, although it's a little long, we should focus on safety. 500 years was nothing to the Red Empire. They had existed for many times longer than that, and some of their strategic plans were even calculated in centuries. After chatting for a while, Unravel hung up, and the dynasty soldiers present returned to their posts. Raven Loudy turned to look at Han Shao and said, ES God has been captured. It's your turn to fulfill the deal. A smile appeared on Han Zhao's face. He raised his hand, and nanoparticles surged, bringing the evolution cube to his palm. Don't worry, I'm a man of my word. Since you've helped me solve this problem, I won't mistreat you. The three universal civilizations reached a consensus and would only announce the news of ES God's capture after the fleet returned. Because the battle took place in the desolate universe belt, the news was limited, so the various organizations had no idea what happened to ES God. Half a month later, the dynasty fleet returned smoothly, and they did not encounter any accidents. Han Shao handed ES God over to another dynasty fleet that came to receive them. The dynasty would lock ES God up in a top-secret location. The other beyond grade, as were satisfied with the evolution cube's transformation and left one after another, leaving only Han Shao to return to Planet Crimson Ring. He immediately contacted Fu Ding and the others. After a month, Han Shao met the three of them again. Since the goal of this trip to the Central Galaxy had been achieved, Han Shao announced to the three of them that their holiday was over. He then brought the three of them back to a spaceship and returned to the Shattered Star Ring. On the spaceship, Han Shao used the excuse of missing them after not seeing each other for a long time to give Fu Ding and Nero a good beating. Fu Ding was still fine, as he was already used to it. Nero, on the other hand, felt uncomfortable all over. Even his father had never been so passionate before. He was hugged by Han Zhao's large hands and rubbed until he was dizzy. Reynolds thought that he would be treated the same way. He took a deep breath and mentally prepared himself. However, Han Shao turned around and left, seemingly uninterested in him. Reynolds was a little disappointed. After getting lucky, Han Shao locked himself in his room and opened the interface to complete the Mortal Enemy of the Three Universal Civilizations mission. Mortal Enemy of the Three Universal Civilizations mission completed. Your accumulated damage to ES God is 100%. You will receive the corresponding reward. You have received 200 billion EXP, 1 random reward, and character summon card, ES God. Character summon card, ES God. Esper ability, ability enhancement, can only be used on Espers whose grade is lower than the user's. allows the target's Esper ability to be permanently enhanced and increase the potential of the Esper ability. Can only be used once on the same target. Usage limit 0/3. Han Zhao's eyes flickered. This ability is quite powerful. If a beyond grade A of a civilization had this ability, it would be equivalent to an unlimited amount of Esper ability potential enhancement liquid. Even if it could only be used on Espers, it would be enough to increase the strength of the entire civilization's supers. This was a strategic ability. It was a pity that the person who had this ability was ES God. With ES God's personality, he did not seem like someone who would help his subordinates increase their strength. ES God collecting these powerful Esper abilities was equivalent to killing off some of the geniuses who might rise up in the future. If the original owner of this Esper ability had not met ES God, he might have become an important guest of an advanced civilization in the future. Additional mission requirements completed. You have received an additional reward. Randomly draw 3 of ES God's abilities, talents/abilities. Hint: ES God is an Esper. Some of the abilities that can be drawn have been adjusted according to your class. You have 3 slots to draw. You can draw at least 1 ability each time. You can draw a maximum of 3 times. Please choose the type of ability you want to draw the first time. Ability, talent, both? Han Xiao rubbed his hands and chose the talent. Espers were not compatible with his class, and the source of their strength was different. He knew that there were many Esper abilities that he could not draw. Since he could choose the type this time, of course, he had to make use of it. In terms of ratio, the probability of drawing a good talent was much higher than drawing a skill. Randomizing. Randomizing complete. Please choose 1 to 3 abilities from the following 5 options as the reward. 1. Particle structure reinforcement. Talent. Immunity to true damage 2. Fanatical believer. Talent. Plus 20% resistance to abnormal mental status 3. Cell division control. Talent. Consume energy to stimulate cell division, achieving strong self-healing, converting energy into health at a conversion ratio of 1:3. Maximum recovery of 15% health/second. 4. Endurance enhancement. Talent. Plus 40% physical and energy resistance. 5. Battle talent. Talent. Plus 1% to all attributes every minute after entering battle, up to a maximum of 12%. Han Zhao's eyes sparkled. He had drawn 2 molding talents this time, the first and the third. His eyes were locked onto cell division control. This talent should have been converted from ES God's strong self-healing, and its effect was similar to his intermediate cell proliferation control. It was just that the conversion efficiency was not as high as his own. Right now, his HP had already exceeded 5 million, and the amount of HP he could convert from energy was less than 10% of his total HP. It was far from the 28% HP recovery per second limit. Increasing his HP recovery rate was definitely worth it. As for the ability to be immune to true damage, he already had it, so there was no need for him to choose. You have received cell division control. Your intermediate cell proliferation control is similar to cell division control and has been combined. Talents can be upgraded. Han Xiaoxin's mind moved. Some talents of the same series and effect had a higher chance of being combined. For example, if he obtained a higher grade mechanical sense talent, the lower grade mechanical sense talent would automatically disappear, which was equivalent to the talent being upgraded. Combination complete. You have lost cell division control. Intermediate cell proliferation control has been upgraded to advanced cell proliferation control. Advanced cell proliferation control uses energy to proliferate cells and heal wounds. Energy is converted to health at a ratio of 1:9. Recovers a maximum of 35% health/S. After combining the 2 talents, the recovery rate increased from 1:5 to 1:9. The recovery speed was even faster, almost doubling. The recovery limit per second also increased from 28% to 35%. Han Xiao took a deep breath and drew a second skill. It was still a talent type. Another 5 talents were randomly selected. Han Xiao browsed through them and chose one of them called Soul Hot Spring, which increased mental resistance by 120% and reduced the duration of abnormal mental states, recovering soul damage. Mental resistance was his weakness, and stacking mental resistance had always been an important mission. The third draw was still a talent. Han Xiao glanced at it and was overjoyed. Among the 5 random options, one of them seemed to be the modified ability of Esper ability, Black Hole, which could convert a portion of the damage to his energy. After choosing this ability, the interface showed that intermediate energy absorption had been combined with it, and the 2 talents became one. Your intermediate energy absorption has been upgraded to efficient energy absorption. Han Xiao did some calculations. If that's the case, my energy conversion efficiency has increased by more than 5 times. Furthermore, the upgraded talent gives me an additional 25% resistance, which reduces the damage I receive by a quarter. Before the upgrade, intermediate energy absorption did not have any defensive abilities. After the upgrade, it had the characteristic of Esper ability, Black Hole, which directly converted a portion of the damage to his energy and avoided a portion of the damage. It was equivalent to saving energy to recover this portion of his HP. If his resistance was 50% and he received 10,000 points of theoretical damage, then the effect of the talent before the upgrade would be receive 5,000 points of actual damage and absorb 3,000 points of energy. After the upgrade, the effect would be receive 3,750 points of damage and absorb 4,750 points of energy. The energy recovery was more than the HP loss. Chapter 894. After 3 rounds of extraction, tiny bolts of mechanical force danced on the surface of his body. His entire body felt numb, and his cells underwent subtle changes. In Han Xiao's senses, his cells became easier to control. Because of his foundation, the upgrade of the 2 molding talents was not difficult and even felt a little comfortable. Han Xiao exhaled and clenched his fists tightly. The feeling of being filled with strength surged in his body, and his body was filled with vitality. With the evolution of these 2 molding talents, Han Xiao's self-healing ability had increased by a level. With 2 universal treasures in his hands, there was no harm in having his own flesh. Otherwise, he might end up like ES God one day. With my current self-healing ability, as long as I don't get beaten up by so many beyond great as like ES God, there shouldn't be any accidents, Han Xiao thought to himself. His current health and energy recovery efficiency was already very high. Han Xiao had plans for the future. His health limit would continue to increase as he leveled up, so he did not have to pay attention to it. What was left was to continue increasing his energy level. This was related to the attributes of his energy and the efficiency of his health recovery. In terms of mechanic abilities, he had to obtain high-level mechanic talents, learn ultimate knowledges, research more blueprints, develop a new generation of machinery, continue to expand the size of his army, and cultivate a mechanical civilization. Although he could take a beating, this was only to ensure the toughness of his body. His main method of combat was still to buy money, machinery. The danger of this encirclement was actually not as great as the Planet Lighthouse battle. On Planet Lighthouse, he was the passive party who was ambushed and was the victim when faced with the encirclement of more beyond grade as. This time, he was leading a group of beyond grade as to ambush ES God alone. In comparison, his situation was not as dangerous, and even if the operation failed, his life would not be in danger. Thus, the pressure he faced was much lower than the Planet Lighthouse battle. The ability extraction interface disappeared. Han Xiao took a look and saw that there was a reward notification for this mission. Dungeon spawned. Fall of ES God. Han Xiao's eyelids twitched. Whoa, the challenge level of this dungeon is probably going to break through the sky. ES God was, after all, one of the final bosses of the chaotic evil faction. Han Xiao had expected that this battle would create a dungeon. However, the players who dared to enter this dungeon would be celebrating. ES God had been tormenting the universe for many years and had caused many tragedies. He had always been the most dangerous criminal in the eyes of the galactic residents. Now that the three universal civilizations had dealt with this criminal, countless people felt that the security of the universe had been purified to a certain extent. The three universal civilizations had joined hands to do this. In the eyes of many, this operation was a lubricant for the relationship between the three parties. It released a signal to the outside world, hinting that the conflict between the three universal civilizations due to the Battle of Planet Lighthouse had been resolved and the galactic environment had returned to stability. In the joint statement, the three universal civilizations announced the details of the operation. The 11 Beyond grade, as who participated in the encirclement, were all introduced. They emphasized Han Zhao's contribution, calling Han Zhao the core of the operation and even the initiator of the joint operation. In the end, the achievement of imprisoning ES God was given to Han Zhao, highlighting his contribution. Countless people in the universe had heard of ES God's atrocities. The more famous ES God was, the more famous Han Zhao would be. This was equivalent to stepping on ES God to gain his fame. The recent popularity of the enemy of Ethereal had yet to subside, and Han Zhao had one more representative deed. In the universe, this incident was called the Fall of ES God incident. As the instigator of this incident, Han Zhao had left an even deeper impression in the hearts of the galactic residents. In the various star fields, countless victims who had a strong hatred for ES God were grateful to Han Zhao from the bottom of their hearts. Planet Shazik Transit Station. This was a neutral planet that provided all kinds of services. It was located in the extremely dangerous desolate universe belt of the Central Galaxy. It was a rare planet transit station that provided smuggling, repair, entertainment, and other services. The target of these services was the wanted criminals of the fallen Arkansas. Only those who were not afraid of death would build a planet transit station in this area. Those who did not have any background would have long been robbed by the various thugs. Shazik had formed a connection with the fallen Ark and provided them with a high protection fee, thus avoiding the fate of being robbed. The lord in charge of this planet was called Shazik, a calamity-grade super. He had established a cooperative relationship with many armed thugs, including the fallen Arkansas. In the chaotic, desolate universe belt of the Central Galaxy, he could be considered a moderate figure. As for Shazik's origin, it was a secret. The thugs in this area did not know or care and were used to thinking that he was also a wanted criminal of some civilization. However, Shazik was not a wanted criminal. His home had been destroyed by ES God, and the once lively planet was only left with corpses and souls. He had a deep-seated hatred for ES God and chose to become an avenger. He built a transit station in this lawless area and hid like a venomous snake, looking for an opportunity to deal with the fallen Arkansas. The news of ES God being captured also spread to the desolate universe belt of the Central Galaxy and to Shazik's ears. He gathered his confidants for a secret meeting. Once ES God falls, no one will be able to suppress those lunatics under him. The fallen Ark will fall apart, and with the fall of our backer, we will also be in trouble. There are too many people who want to rob us, a confidant said. Yes, we can't stay here any longer. We have to leave as soon as possible. Boss, what do you plan to do? Shazik heard this and said with a deep voice, bring everything. We will go to the Shattered Star Ring and join the Black Star Corps. Why him? I made a promise to God. No matter who gets rid of ES God, I will be at his disposal. Shazik's expression was firm. Ever since his home was destroyed, the only meaning left in his life was revenge. However, ES God was too strong, and his revenge was nowhere in sight. Now, Black Star had accomplished something that he could never do. Even if Black Star was not taking revenge for him, Shazik was still grateful. His gratitude was not limited to his heart. He decided to repay Black Star with actions. Would someone of Black Star's level be interested in us? That's why we have to bring a gift. Shazik lowered his voice. Over the years, we have bribed many members of the Fallen Ark and sent in many spies. Now is the chance to use them. When the Fallen Ark is in chaos, we can steal a portion of their assets. This will be our capital to join the Black Star Corps." The eyes of his confidants sparkled. They had been here for many years and understood the fallen Ark well. They knew that although they were very chaotic, they still had many valuable things, such as the spoils of war that God had accumulated over the years, the secret intelligence that he had collected, the lost technology that he had researched, and the special prisoners that were locked up. Now that God had fallen, they would definitely not be the only ones who had their eyes on the assets of the fallen Arkansas. This was the best time to take advantage of the situation. Chapter 895. The members of the Fallen Ark were all wanted criminals from various starfields. Some of them were fanatical followers of God, and some of them wanted to obtain God's protection. These thugs only believed in experts at God's level and did not submit to anyone else. Now that God was gone, they had lost their powerful leader. No one had the right to be the boss. And these criminals who lacked discipline and cohesion lost interest in continuing to stick together. Without the deterrence of God, these criminals knew that the next step of the three universal civilizations would be to clean up the desolate universe belt in the central galaxy and eradicate these criminals who had been gathering for many years. After God fell, this paradise of criminals that was known throughout the universe collapsed rapidly. Batch after batch of criminals left the organization, and the powerful Fallen Ark fell apart, splitting into countless small groups. The secret production bases built on the desolate planets were also looted by the members who left the organization. The desolate universe belt in the central galaxy was originally dominated by the Fallen Ark, maintaining a subtle gray order. Now, this lawless zone had become even more chaotic and dangerous. The criminals killed and robbed each other, and this kind of drama was playing out in different areas at every moment. At this moment, thousands of battleships were fighting around a desolate planet. This planet was one of the secret research bases built by God, storing valuable information, technology, and special products. The thousands of battleships fighting belonged to dozens of criminal groups, and the goal of each group was to snatch the results of this research base. One of the groups was Shazik's team. The outer space of the planet was a galactic battlefield of intense crossfire. Most of these warships were not equipped with dark energy annihilation weapons. Instead, they used second-tier warship cannon technology. The scorching plasma beams crisscrossed and dyed the black velvet space into a colorful canvas. The shields of the small and medium-sized warships of different models were penetrated by the plasma cannons. The hull of the warships was melted, and the armor was melted into a red-hot mixture of solid and liquid, which turned into metal clouds of unpredictable shapes and became obstacles on the battlefield. The battle lasted for a while, and the outcome was finally decided. Shazik's team was one of the victors, and they looted this research base with the others before leaving in satisfaction. A pitch-black blade gently slid across his throat, and warm blood spurted out, splattering on the blood-stained walls of the spaceship. Plop! A gray-skinned creature with densely packed compound eyes fell to the ground while clutching his bleeding neck, revealing the murderer behind him. The murderer was a humanoid creature wielding a long blade. It was thin and wore a hood and a black mechanical mask, revealing only a pair of scarlet eyes. This was a dilapidated cabin. The walls of the cabin were covered with slash marks and sparks of electricity. There were hundreds of corpses of different species lying on the ground. The ground was covered with blood scabs of various colors, and the walls were covered with blood splatter marks. Only the murderer was left standing. There are 15,700. The murderer's voice was hoarse, like an old bellows. With a flick of his wrist, he shook off the blood on the long knife and put it back into the scabbard on his back. Then, he pressed his mechanical wristwatch, opened his address book, and sent a message to a number marked as employer. Target eliminated. Soon, the employer sent a voice message full of excitement and gratitude. "Thank you so much, Mr. Lodehair. Thank you for helping us take revenge. If it weren't for you, we would never. It's just a transaction. Remember to pay." Lodehair replied faintly. He was a solo bounty assassin, but his hunting targets were limited to the members of the fallen Arkansas. Lodehair was born on a colonial planet of an advanced civilization and grew up in a quiet and peaceful environment. However, one day, the fleet of the fallen Ark arrived, bringing death and destruction. He thought that he was dead for sure, but he did not know that there was a decent Esper ability hidden in his body that awakened at the critical moment and escaped the fate of being killed. However, resistance was futile. Because of his Esper ability, he was captured by the members of the fallen Ark and offered to Es God as a sacrifice. Therefore, Lodehair faced Es God head-on. His newly awakened Esper ability was taken away, and he became a mummy on the verge of death. His life was like a candle in the wind, about to be extinguished at any time. Usually, people who had their Esper abilities taken away by Es God would be made into food or thrown into the universe. Perhaps it was the blessing of the goddess of luck, but Lodehair's batch of medicinal dregs were all thrown into the universe. Ordinary people would not be able to survive in the universe, but he realized that although he had lost his Esper ability, when he had just awakened it, his Esper ability had already modified his body, allowing him to survive in the universe. After the fallen Ark fleet left, the civilization's rescue team arrived before Lodehair died, and Lodehair became the only survivor. He had a deep-seated hatred for Es God and the fallen Arkansas, driven by hatred. Lodehair, who had lost his Esper ability and turned back into a mortal, went through a lot of hardships and stepped onto the path of martial arts, becoming a super again. After his training, Lodehair became a bounty assassin. The members of the fallen Ark were all wanted criminals who joined Es God's forces to avoid being hunted down by the various large civilizations. Lodehair, on the other hand, specifically hunted down these wanted criminals with criminal records, making these fugitives who thought they were safe pay their blood debts. The employers were usually the victims of the fallen Arkansas. Today, the number of fallen Ark fugitives who had died under Lodehair's blade had reached 6 digits. However, Lodehair was not satisfied with this. He trained his strength like an ascetic monk in order to complete the ultimate goal hidden deep in his heart: assassinate Es God. The experience of facing Es God had always been his nightmare, bringing him endless fear and waking him up from his sleep countless times. However, even if he knew it was impossible, he did not give up on this ultimate goal. Ignoring the corpses on the ground, Lodehair was about to turn around and walk to the spaceship's control room when his communicator suddenly received a piece of breaking news. It was the joint statement of the 3 universal civilizations. Es God has been captured. Lodehair's expression changed, and he stopped to read the news carefully. After a while, he let out a long sigh of relief. For a moment, he felt a sense of loss, as if he had lost his goal. However, very quickly, Lodehair's gaze became firm again. He muttered to himself, "Is the guy who captured Es God Blackstar. On a certain habitable planet, there was a race of galactic immigrants living on it. The mother planet of this race had been blown into a dead planet by Es God, and there were less than 10% survivors. They had no choice but to migrate to a new home. When the news of Es God being captured reached this race, all of them cried tears of joy. Es God has finally been captured. Woo-woo. We've waited for this day for too long. Praise Black Star. May Black Star be immortal." The same scene played out on many planets at the same time. The news of Es God being captured caused a huge commotion. Other than the celebrating civilizations and galactic residents, some secret organizations were also alarmed. Es God is too cruel. I knew this day would come sooner or later. With Es God gone, the fallen Ark will no longer exist. No one will continue to attract the firepower of the 3 universal civilizations for us. This is not good for us. Continue to keep a low profile and accumulate strength. We won't be as flamboyant as Es God, so we won't be targeted. Actually, this is also an opportunity. We could take Es God's inheritance and subordinates and strengthen our forces. Send people to the Central Galaxy. There are many organizations eyeing this opportunity. We can't fall behind. There were many ambitious organizations that belonged to the chaotic evil faction in the universe. The fall of the Fallen Ark was something worth celebrating for normal people, but for them, it was a feast for them to divide up God's assets. Blue Star's outer space, floating Dragon Island Palace. Ames stood at the edge of the floating island, looking down at the blue star. The starlight reflected in her eyes. Footsteps sounded behind her, gradually approaching. Ames turned her head and saw Aesop walking to her side. Something big happened. Aesop shook his head. God has been captured by the three universal civilizations. What happened? Ames raised her brows. See for yourself. Aesop passed the communicator to Ames. After browsing through it, Ames casually returned the communicator to Aesop and smiled. He really can't stay idle. Black Star has done something big again. He's getting stronger and stronger. Aesop sighed. He had lived a long life and experienced the craziest era of God, so he was very wary of God. He did not expect this guy to fall in the hands of a new beyond grade A super. Although this was a gang fight, he also saw Han Zhao's current connections and influence from the three universal civilizations joint squad. Even when he was a member of the Ancient Ones, he did not have as much influence as Han Zhao. That's right, he's getting stronger and stronger. Ames's smile faded, and she suddenly fell silent. She still remembered that when she fought God with Black Star, God's strength had left a deep impression on her. Now, God had fallen in the hands of Han Zhao. Han Zhao's strength had steadily surpassed hers. Although she did not purposely pursue strength, seeing her former subordinate catch up to her still made her feel a little complicated. She used to be high and mighty, but when Black Star reached the beyond grade A super, they were on the same level. Now, be it status, influence, or personal strength, Black Star surpassed her in all aspects. He completed the counterattack under her watch. Although her strength had improved, a large part of it was because Black Star had strengthened her with the evolution cube. Their positions had been reversed. Ames stretched lazily, and her tall and slender figure relaxed. She let out a soft sigh. I seem to have been too lazy these past few years and have neglected training. It's time to find a time to have a good fight with Black Star. You have received 1 legendary point. Universe legendary point? Whoa, God's notoriety is really deep. Han Zhao clicked his tongue in wonder. As one of the final bosses of the chaotic evil faction, God was still quite famous. The sensation of capturing him was no less than the Battle of Planet Lighthouse. His influence covered the entire universe, so he was given the highest legendary point. Closing the notification, Han Zhao opened the forums. The players were also discussing God's fall. Chapter 896. The news spread extremely quickly in the Galactic Society, and such explosive news spread throughout the various star fields. Every player now had a communicator, so they did not miss this piece of news. At this time, in the Shattered Star Ring section of the forums, many Army players were excitedly discussing this matter. After experiencing 3 versions, the players were already familiar with the whereabouts of NPCs. Other than functional characters such as merchants, many characters would not stay in the same place all the time. Sometimes, when the players came into contact with a character and returned after a period of time, that character might have gone somewhere else. Although it was not convenient at times, most players still liked this feature. Every character had their own things to do, and it made them feel very real. As the Black Star Corps expanded, Han Zhao reduced his daily contact with the players. From version 2.0 onwards, he had established the identity of the faction leader in the hearts of the players. Until now, the Army players were already used to the mysterious faction leader. They were used to not seeing the Army commander for a period of time, but one day they suddenly found out that he had made big news. Discussing the deeds of the Army commander had also become one of the fun for the Army players. Many players posted on the forums, discussing the fall of God. At this stage, the level of the players was too far away from God. God was a character in the middle and late versions, and he had not interacted with the players on a large scale yet. To most of the players in the star fields, They only knew that ES God's background was extremely powerful and that he was a proper villain. Only the players in the 3-star fields in the Central Galaxy knew more about ES God. A small number of players who had awakened the chaotic evil attribute did not do any storyline missions. They burned, killed, and looted, turning themselves into wanted criminals and running to the desolate universe belt to join the fallen Arkansas. However, they did not have the qualifications to meet ES God and only came into contact with the tip of the iceberg. Because their understanding of ES God was limited, the fall of ES God did not have a deep impact on the players. Its impact was not even comparable to the Battle of Planet Lighthouse. After all, Planet Lighthouse involved the two civilizations that ruled the universe and was the final faction in the eyes of the players. As for the fall of ES God, most of the players did not personally experience it and did not know the significance of this matter. In their eyes, it was just an unknown, powerful, beyond grade, a being captured by the 3 universal civilizations. Other than that, they did not feel anything. The replies that Han Xiao saw were basically all routine complaints about him as the leader of the faction. The Legion commander went to stir up trouble again. He's so free. Sai, I also want to go to the Central Galaxy to take a look. That damn contractor left us to work in the Shattered Star Ring and went out to have fun by himself. By the way, could this incident be a new storyline? It doesn't seem like it. I feel like this is a supplement to the Planet Lighthouse battle. ES God participated in the attack back then and was captured by the 3 universal civilizations. Since no players participated in this event, this should be the background story. Trash game, full of CG funny. I'm going to die if I don't watch the cutscenes. I'm ES God. I was caught by the 3 universal civilizations yesterday and need 5,000 anas to bail me out. Please lend me some money. When I get out, I'll take you flying. My account number is 480XXX. Mother of Asterisker. I'm a player who joined the Fallen Arkansas. Your faction leader kidnapped my boss. You guys from the Black Star Corps will eat **T. Get out of here, you from the Central Galaxy. The constellation corridor trembles. The players' discussions were quite joyful, and Han Xiao had a smile on his face. While scrolling through the posts of the idiotic players, Han Xiao noticed that a post was suddenly pushed to the top. The title was the meaning of ES God's fall, and its popularity was rapidly increasing. Opening the post, the ID of the player who posted it appeared. It was called Army Commander's PC. Crazy. Han Xiao's mouth twitched. Being crazy was indeed the strength of the players. He was ashamed of his inferiority. After taking a deep breath, Han Xiao looked at the content. Brothers of the Army, it seems like no one cares about ES God's fall. I was the same at first, but today I encountered a magical thing that made me realize that this incident has a special meaning. The situation is like this. I took a small mercenary mission a while ago and acted as a temporary guard for a long-distance travel ship. I was only responsible for escorting them through the Giberian star system. As you know, the galactic travel agencies love to hire people from the Black Star Corps the most. As long as there are members of the Army on board, most galactic pirates will not take the initiative to attack. There's nothing much to say about the process. The journey was very easy. I just browsed through the forums and arrived at my destination. After settling the payment, I disembarked at the dock. However, something unexpected happened. A few passengers from other star regions stopped me and gave me a few things. They asked me to pass them to the Army commander. Picture. As shown in the picture, these items were not valuable. They were just some simple handmade products. The item description said, "This is a gift filled with gratitude, so its nature should be similar to that of a silk banner." The interface also triggered the corresponding errand mission, picture. I did not communicate with them at all. They were the ones who took the initiative to find me. These passengers said that their civilization was once harmed by ES God, and many of their people died. They are extremely grateful to Black Star for eliminating ES God, so they made these gifts to express their gratitude. Seeing that I am a member of the Black Star Corps, they wanted me to pass them to the Army commander. This is just the general idea. During the conversation, these passengers were very enthusiastic holding my hand, crying and laughing. They kept thanking us, the Black Star Corps. I recorded the entire process, and I suggest everyone take a look. It's very moving. Although this is just a small mission, I feel a different meaning from it. In the entire universe, how many people were harmed by God is how many people are grateful to the Army Commander. This number is terrifying just thinking about it. From this episode, I can understand the true meaning of God's fall. This is not an imaginary background story, but the dawn of justice for many destroyed races. The Army Commander has done a great thing this time. To be honest, looking at the grateful faces of these few NPCs, I feel great. Brothers, I'm going to brag first. The Army Commander is awesome. P.S. In order to express my admiration for the Army Commander, I'll go to the market to buy a name change card and add the word big to my ID. Han Shao scrolled down the post. This post attracted many players, and there were many replies. It's okay to add the word big. The OP has been exposed. He's really an anti-fan. I suspect you're behind this, but there's no evidence. I just watched the recording. You're full of emotions. I'll give you 100 points. Many players mocked, but there were also players who agreed with the OP. I'm reminded of the mutation disaster again. The Army Commander took the initiative to enter the galaxy and bring back reinforcements for the mother planet. He has always been very responsible. Indeed, although the Army Commander was an unscrupulous businessman in the past, he was still reliable in big matters. I still remember his speech. How passionate! When the players chose a faction other than benefits, they also needed to match their values. The players did not only do things for practical benefits, but also for psychological satisfaction. Han Zhao's actions had always left a good impression on the players. Many people chose to stay in the Black Star Corps not only for the high benefits, but also because they recognized Han Shao as the leader of their faction. Now that Black Star had received the gratitude of countless races, the players also felt honored. Looking at the grateful faces of the few passengers in the video, many of them felt a sense of honor and accomplishment. After reading the post, Han Shao scratched his head and realized that he had underestimated the influence of this matter. Just like what was said in the post, there were countless races in the universe that had been trampled on by God. Under the propaganda of the Red Empire, these survivors all treated him as their savior. This fame was different from his previous fame. Previously, the galactic residents' impression of him was only in terms of strength, status, and so on. They only knew that he was a powerful figure who walked the path of the upper echelons. However, the fall of God brought him the recognition of countless galactic residents. One of the functions of having the support of the people was to attract more talents to join him. After all, there would always be some people who could not be moved by benefits, and these people were usually talents. A universal legendary point is indeed not simple. God is really a treasure boy. Han Xiaoxin was overjoyed. God has made enemies in the entire universe, and there are countless people who want to take revenge on him. I wonder if those famous NPCs who went against God in the later versions will join me. Han Shao stroked his chin and pondered. After flying for a while, the spaceship finally returned to the Black Star Corps headquarters that they had not seen for more than a month and entered the special dock. The moment Han Shao walked out of the spaceship, he saw Hela waiting at the dock. "Yo, you came to pick me up?" Han Shao greeted with a smile. "Humph." Hela did not deny it. She flipped the red curly hair that covered one of her eyes and sized up Han Zhao's body casually. "Looks like God didn't cause you much trouble. You didn't lose any parts." Han Shao raised his eyebrows and chuckled. "Are you worried about me? This is the responsibility of the captain of the Black Star Guards." Hela was expressionless. Han Shao smiled and told Fu Ding and the others to leave. He then turned around and waved at Hela, signaling for her to follow him. "By the way, I brought you a gift." "I don't care." Although Hela said that, her body followed behind Han Shao obediently, unwilling to fall behind even a single step. The two of them went all the way to the combat training room. Han Shao closed the door, turned around, and smiled at Hela, who was standing with her arms crossed. I got something interesting from ES God. It seems to be able to strengthen your Esper ability. You have the potential to become a Beyond Grade A, so this gift can make your path to Beyond Grade A smoother and increase your upper limit. Hila was passionate about power, and she raised her eyebrows. Aren't you going to give this to teacher? She probably won't be able to use it. Han Xiao shook his head. Plus, you're my first choice. I thought of you immediately. The ability enhancement ES God Human Summon card could only be used 3 times. Han Xiao had already thought about it when he was on the ship. Hila's Esper ability potential was extremely high, and she was as confident, so it was very suitable for her to use it. The sooner Hila became a Beyond Grade A, the more beneficial it would be for him. Humph! Hela's lips curled up into a happy smile, but it disappeared in an instant. She put down her arms and said, All right, what do I have to do? Don't move. Let me do it. Han Xiao activated the ability enhancement character summon card, and ES God's shadow flashed behind him. He raised his hand, and dazzling white energy particles floated in his palm. He walked in front of Hela. He was more than half a head taller than Hela. He lowered his head and pointed at Hela's forehead. This energy flowed into Hela's 7 orifices and hovered in her brain. Hila groaned, her body trembled, and she fainted. Han Xiao was quick to react. He hugged her waist and supported her body. Using his energy to check Hela's condition, he estimated that she would not wake up anytime soon. She actually fainted. I thought it was similar to the Esper ability potential enhancement fluid. Han Xiao looked at Hila, who had collapsed in his arms, and shook his head. He exerted strength in his arms and lifted Hila onto his shoulders like he was carrying a sack. Leaving the training room, Han Xiao came to Hela's room, blacked out the door, and walked in. The layout of Hela's room was as simple as Han Xiao's. Han Xiao placed Hela on the bed and covered her with a blanket. Just as he was about to leave, he saw 3 photo frames on the table. Han Xiao looked at them carefully. The 3 photos were of Hela and Aurora, Ames, and himself. Other than that, there were no other decorations in the room. After standing there silently for a while, Han Xiao reached out and flipped a photo of himself and Hela over on the table. He then turned off the lights and walked out of the room. After a long time, Hela slowly opened her eyes and found herself lying in the room, covered with a blanket and dressed neatly. He was the one who sent me here, right? The drowsiness quickly faded. Hela sat up and rubbed her eyes. She immediately used her Esper ability and felt the changes in her ability. Her eyes flashed with emotion. It's as magical as the evolution cube. It's easier to use my Esper ability, and the upper limit has also increased. I don't know how long I've slept. I'll go find him again. Hela lifted the blanket and got up. Only then did she find something out of place. One of the 3 photo frames she had placed on the table was upside down. Picking up the photo frame again, she found that it was a photo of herself and Han Xiao. Hela's eyes flickered, and the good mood of her Esper ability being strengthened disappeared. Humph! Chapter 897. Over the next month, Han Xiao stayed in the army headquarters to rest and organize his gains. The dynasty's contribution points had increased by around 11,000 points. Together with the original 6,000 points, he was still a few hundred points away from 18,000. This number was a little awkward. If he exchanged for 2 ultimate knowledges, he would not be able to maintain the political asset effect. Therefore, Han Xiao only exchanged for 1 new ultimate knowledge from the dynasty for the time being. Now that the most urgent threat, ES God, had been dealt with, the external environment had stabilized, and the dynasty had entered a stable period of development. The pressure on him had decreased by a lot, so he was not in a hurry to exchange for more knowledges. The main reason was that he had just defeated ES God, so Han Technician did not want to go out and do missions just to make up for those few hundred contribution points. He only wanted to stay at home for a while. After all, the contribution points were still there, and he could exchange for them at any time. Han Xiao had already grasped 3 ultimate knowledges: endless material science, mechanical life tender, and virtual creator, 1 for each of the 3 branches. Energy, materials, and information had always been the three carriages of technological development. With both materials and information, Han Xiao chose to exchange for the last ultimate knowledge of the energy branch, eternal energy. The name of this ultimate knowledge was quite intimidating, but its actual effect was not as exaggerated as eternal. It was not literally an endless source of energy, but it was very effective in increasing the combat power of a mechanic. The cutting-edge knowledge, abnormal state energy, allowed a mechanic to grasp the safe extraction technology of psionic energy, dark energy, antimatter, and other high-level energy sources. The new energy source allowed a mechanic to improve in all aspects. Eternal energy also allowed a mechanic to grasp the technology of new energy sources. At this point, technology and magic were different paths leading to the same goal. A mechanic like a mage had learned how to extract multidimensional energy. However, in terms of energy level, this was not a huge improvement. Multidimensional energy was not as powerful as psionic energy. It only expanded the choice of energy sources for a mechanic. The real focus of eternal energy was not to grasp new energy sources, but to improve the utilization of existing energy sources. Just like the advancement from nuclear fission to nuclear fusion, learning more advanced energy extraction methods would allow a mechanic to build a new generation of psionic and dark energy reactors, greatly increasing their output and making them more stable. The direct result was that the power of weapons, the strength of shields, and mechanical performance would all improve. This was the improvement brought about by the energy technology innovation. The new ultimate knowledge also gave Han Xiao a new specialty and skill. Advanced Energy Controller. When using advanced energy, attack power bonus coefficient. 115x shield strength bonus coefficient. 12x plus 30 machinery core power output coefficient. Plus 20 energy innovation. Passive skill. This skill can only be leveled up by increasing the mastery level of eternal energy. Each level up will unlock more advanced energy technology and reactor blueprints. Knowledge is power. Energy was too important. No matter which branch a mechanic was from, it would be best if they maxed out eternal energy source. This was also one of the main reasons why the mechanic players had liver cirrhosis in the later stages of the game. If he didn't choose the energy branch during the job advancement, the triple cost of potential points was enough to make him want to die. Even Han Xiao felt that it was a little strenuous. After he reached level 280, he had accumulated 21 potential points. Learning this knowledge required 24 potential points. He had raised a few skills to the maximum level to cover the learning cost, but to raise eternal energy source from level 1 to level 5, he still needed 96 potential points, which meant that he had to raise all 96 blueprints to the maximum level. This was much more terrifying than the EXP required to level up. The power of a mechanic came from their knowledge, and it was not enough to just level up. Only by raising the level of their knowledges could they have stronger combat power. This was the foundation of a mechanic. Han Zhao's 4 ultimate knowledges were basically all at level 1. After his own level increased, he also had to consider leveling up his ultimate knowledges. Because of his unique leak advantage, he decided to level up all his ultimate knowledges as much as possible. This was destined to be a long process, but after it was completed, his combat power would definitely be off the charts. Other than planning for his own growth, Han Xiao also took care of his officers. He used the ability enhancement character summon card on Hela and Aurora. The former had a stable beyond grade A potential, while the latter had a strategic ability. Han Xiao kept the last chance to use it. Ames was also grade S like him, so he could not use it on her. He planned to keep this chance and wait for a while. In this month, Han Xiao also dealt with some army matters. One of the most important things was the business cooperation with the Radiant Federation. This was the deal that they had agreed on. The cooperation method was for the Radiant Federation to help the Black Star Corps open a branch in the Abyss of Stars. Han Xiao arranged for a few satellite bases to be sent over. The people who went to open the branch did not include the army players. Han Technician did not have the habit of transplanting his leaks to other people's fields. Currently, There were two major events that the army players were experiencing. One was the civil war of the Gilul civilization, and the other was the first exploration phase of the Flickering world. Furthermore, the promotion of the Pro League had also begun. Because version 30 was the peak period of the number of players, a large number of new players had entered. The promotion of the Pro League this time was much more intense than the previous two seasons. Every player who was interested in participating was actively preparing for it. According to Han Zhao's calculations, the enthusiasm of the army players had increased by at least 475%. There was no need to care about the players. Han Zhao was mainly concerned about the aftermath of ES God's fall. While he was resting in the headquarters, the impact of this matter had already spread and affected the entire universe. The three universal civilizations began a new round of eradicating criminals. The fallen arc in the central galaxy fell apart, and countless criminals left the central galaxy, fleeing everywhere. It was said that some organizations were actively recruiting these criminals to divide up ES God's forces. The Fallen Ark was the most famous criminal organization in this era, but it was not the only one. The universe was very large, and there were other large criminal organizations active in the various star fields. It was these people who were taking ES God's inheritance. The Black Star Corps was also affected. Sylvia's report showed that the number of new players joining the Black Star Corps had suddenly increased. It should be the effect of the universal legendary points that he had obtained. Most of the new recruits were victims of ES God, and two of them attracted Han Zhao's attention. In a reception room of the army headquarters, Shazik and Lothair sat opposite of Han Zhao. The three of them were sizing each other up. Han Zhao's gaze slowly swept across the two of them, and his thoughts could not be seen from his face. He slowly said, "Both of you are Calamity-grade supers. Do you really want to join the Black Star Corps?" Shazik nodded and said with a deep voice, "ES God destroyed my home, and the reason I'm alive is to take revenge on him. I once promised that as long as someone helped me take revenge, I'm willing to do anything for them." Lothair's face was covered by a mask, and his expression could not be seen. He nodded lightly in agreement. He was a man of few words, and his temperament was cold. "In that case, on behalf of the Black Star Corps, I welcome the two of you to join us." Han Zhao smiled and nodded. Calamity-grade supers were high-level combatants, and they would be popular in any organization. Naturally, he would not reject them. He valued these two not only because they were Calamity-grade supers, but also because they were famous NPCs in his previous life. In his previous life, ES God had been active in many versions of the universe and made countless enemies. Shazik and Lothair were famous characters in ES God's original storyline, and they were both enemies of ES God. Shazik operated a gray transit station in the desolate universe belt of the central galaxy. It looked like he was providing services to criminals, but he was actually a hidden poisonous snake. During his period of operation, he secretly bribed the members of the Fallen Ark, secretly gathering intelligence and leaking it to the advanced civilizations. At the same time, he also secretly protected the various organizations that sought revenge on ES God, providing them with weapons and spaceships. For example, players who accepted missions from the three universal civilizations could receive his services. Shazik used various methods to chip away at the Fallen Ark's forces, but the universe did not lack criminals. The speed at which he destroyed the Fallen Ark could not compare to the speed at which they expanded. In the end, because the players who accepted his protection posted on the forums, his actions were found out by the players of the Fallen Arkansas. His identity was exposed, and he died in the hands of a bunch of wanted players. The other Lothair was even more powerful. He was a fierce person who dared to assassinate ES God and had an intermediate luck glow. He was a protagonist-type character with deep hatred. Lothair was a bounty assassin who specialized in assassinating the members of the Fallen Arkansas. In the middle version, he established a secret organization called the Assassin Society. It was not large, but its members were all elites and had some fame in the universe. This was a hidden faction, and players could join after passing the test. Inside, they could obtain the rare subclass Galactic Assassin and learn assassination skills from the members. They could also trigger a Grade S hidden main storyline mission, Assassinate ES God. In Han Zhao's previous life, the Assassin Society was very popular. A portion of the lone wolf players liked the feeling of being an assassin, especially those who roamed the universe. This was because every action of theirs would have an impact. Some assassin players were passionate about assassinating all sorts of important people and enjoyed the impact they had. At his peak, Lodehair had the strength of a beyond grade A seed. As an assassin who came and went like a shadow and was known for his lethality, his deterrence was much higher than a normal beyond grade A seed, far surpassing the likes of Hardaway. His ability as an assassin was one of the top in the universe. His end was rather tragic. Because he could not stand the harassment of the nightmare incubus, he finally went to assassinate ES God alone. In the end, the wind blew and the water turned cold. The hero did not return and died in ES God's hands. Based on his achievements in his previous life, Han Xiao valued Lodehair's potential more. If he could ensure his loyalty, this guy would be worth nurturing. Thinking of Lodehair's experience, Han Xiao had an idea. Apart from the Black Star Guards, I can add a small team. They don't need to stay by my side, but will operate in secret all year round. They'll only be responsible for me. They could be called Shadow Guards or Shadow Walkers. If Lodehair established the Assassin Society like in his previous life, he might be able to attract a large number of lone wolf players and use them to accomplish some unspeakable goals. Just as Han Xiao was thinking, Shazik suddenly took out a data storage device and placed it on the table. Your Excellency Black Star, this is my gift for meeting you. Hearing this, Han Xiao tilted his head and was a little curious. What's inside? A part of ES God's inheritance, Shazik said in a low voice. Before leaving the Central Galaxy, I used all my spies to loot a few of ES God's research bases and entered their database to copy some data. This is my proof of joining the army, Shazik said in a low voice. Han Zhao's eyes sparkled, and he looked at Shazik with admiration. This leak is so smart, even bringing his own fertilizer. He's reliable and a talent. The various organizations are dividing up ES God's assets. I didn't expect that I would be able to get a share of the inheritance by staying at home. Han Xiao shook his head and laughed. He raised his finger and shot out a stream of nanoparticles, which turned into a data interface and connected to the storage device. Philip, read the data inside. Okay, Han Xiao closed his eyes and entered the quantum network. His brain worked quickly, and with the help of Philip, he quickly read through the data that ES God had accumulated in the storage device. There were many good things inside, such as the confidential information of certain civilizations, blueprints of lost technologies, ancient secrets, research reports of special technologies, and so on. After browsing for a while, Han Xiao quickly found the information about the evolutionary civilization and was overjoyed. The reason he could carry the evolution cube was because of ES God. Now that he had the instruction manual of the evolutionary civilization, he could create the storage device himself. This solved a big problem, and he no longer had to worry about destroying the storage device to release the main body. Furthermore, there were many more ways to use the cube now. This information was invaluable to him. Good stuff. Han Xiao suppressed his excitement and quickly flipped through the other information. Suddenly, his eyes focused, and a piece of information attracted his attention. This is a clue to a super high-risk Esper ability. Chapter 898. Han Xiao frowned and read it carefully. This is the observation record and predicted coordinates of the primal chaos mysterious energy. Han Xiao narrowed his eyes. ES God had been trying to master a super high-risk Esper ability for many years. One method was to combine the abilities of various Esper abilities, and the other was to find the location of the super high-risk Esper ability. In the super high-risk Esper ability restriction treaty, not all abilities originated from the self-awakening of life forms. There was a super high-risk Esper ability that was extremely rare and unique, called primal Esper ability entities or possession Esper ability entities. It was an Esper ability life form that existed in the form of an energy field. It had its own independent thoughts and consciousness, and it was an extremely ancient existence that roamed the universe. This Esper ability allowed a life form to master its power in the form of possession. It was called a host. The selection criteria for a host were extremely strict. As long as the nature of their energy conflicted, no matter how strong the super was, they would not be able to take on the primal chaos mysterious energy. Therefore, only Espers and ordinary people had the chance to become a host. If the host could not take on the primal chaos mysterious energy, there would be a backlash. Life forms below calamity grade would not be able to take on the backlash and would explode in the physical sense. If the possession succeeded, the host would be able to use the power of the primal chaos mysterious energy. The host's Esper ability came from external forces, and the host was like a launcher. The stronger the host was, the stronger the Esper ability would be. The host would also consume energy to activate the Esper ability, but the consumption rate was far lower than normal Espers. This type of Esper was extremely rare and was even stronger than the awakened. The primal chaos mysterious energy was one of the primal chaos mysterious energy. It was a compound Esper ability with many abilities. Physique strengthening, energy radiation, and super speed were all basic effects. It could also travel in secondary space and extract energy from a planet's core. At the same time, it had psychic and spatial attributes. In history, there had been a few hosts of the primal chaos mysterious energy, and they had left behind shocking deeds, making this ability enter the list of super high-risk Esper abilities. In Han Zhao's previous life, the primal chaos mysterious energy was one of the super high-risk Esper abilities that ES God had in the later versions. However, ES God was not the host. Instead, he tore a fragment from the primal chaos mysterious energy and obtained a part of the primal chaos mysterious energy. This storyline was very interesting. It did not know if the fragment ES God took away was its reproductive organ, but it wanted to snatch back that part of its body. Therefore, it took the initiative to find a host and let the host deal with ES God. Therefore, two people with primal chaos mysterious energy appeared at the same time, as if they were mortal enemies. This host was also an important character in ES God's storyline. The primal chaos mysterious energy shuttled through the secondary dimensions, occasionally appearing in various corners of the universe. This document recorded the observation report of the primal chaos mysterious energy, its movements, as well as the possible coordinates of its appearance in the universe at a certain point in the future. ES God obtained this ability in the later versions, which means that one of the coordinates recorded in this document should be reliable. Han Xiao rubbed his chin. He was a little tempted. He could not use his Esper ability himself, but he could use it to train his subordinates. Although there was the restriction of the super high-risk Esper ability restriction treaty, the specific implementation differed from person to person. With his current position, as long as he did not let his subordinates abuse their abilities, the three universal civilizations would not care about him. After all, where there were people, there were privileges. As for the method to capture primitive energy entities, it was not a problem for a mechanic at his level. All he had to do was build a containment device that could restrain energy life forms. Many civilizations had such technology. However, it's still early for the primal chaos mysterious energy to return from the secondary dimensions, so there's no need to rush. Han Xiao nodded. According to the data, there were still a few decades before the primal chaos mysterious energy its next return. It was too early to prepare now, and it would be useless even if he went to those coordinates. However, this time, it would not be as easy as obtaining the space-time amber. Shazik was not the only organization that obtained this document. There would be other organizations that obtained ES God's inheritance as well, so there would definitely be competitors. I'll think about it when the time comes. Anyway, I'll just snatch it. Han Xiao did not mind. With his current strength, he was not afraid of competing with other organizations at all, not to mention a few decades later. By then, he still did not know how strong the Black Star Core would be. Exiting the quantum network, Han Zhao's gaze fell on the two of them again. He nodded. I'm very satisfied with this gift. Shazik, I think you're very talented in intelligence. How about you develop in the Army's intelligence department? I'll accept any arrangement. Shazik did not object. Han Xiao nodded. He felt that Shazik was a talent in intelligence, and he might be able to take charge of the intelligence department in the future. Then, he turned to look at Lodehair, pondered for a while, and slowly said, For you, I won't give you a chance. As for you, I won't give you a position for the time being. Just follow me for now. This protagonist-type character was very powerful. He planned to let Lodehair lead a secret team alone in the future and establish the Assassin Association, but now was not the time. This guy had just joined, so he needed to observe him for a while. Okay, Lodehair was a man of few words. Then, the two of you can go and rest first. Familiarize yourself with the headquarters. The two of them nodded and left the room. Han Xiao sat on the sofa and watched the two of them leave before standing up and leaving the guest room. He went straight to the Army Commander's exclusive machinery factory and asked Philip to retrieve the information on the evolutionary civilization. He had only roughly browsed through it earlier, and only now did he have the time to study it in depth. The technology of the evolutionary civilization had been lost, and the information in ES God's hands was also incomplete. It did not involve the principles of the evolution cube, and was more like an operating manual. After reading this information, Han Xiao realized that his method of using the evolution cube was very crude. A universal treasure created by a quasi-universal civilization had many uses. The evolutionary civilization used it as a special energy source and developed various devices to target it. This information recorded several devices specifically used for the evolution cube. For example, there was a totem device that used the energy of the evolution cube as fuel. Its range of influence could be adjusted and could cover an entire planet at most. Different from the one-time enhancement of the evolution cube, the effect of the totem device was more gentle. It was similar to a halo buff. If maintained for a long time, it could slowly increase the talent and potential of the creatures on a planet, causing the awakening rate of the supers on that planet to soar. It was equivalent to transforming a planet into a paradise, and the newborns would become stronger. There is only one evolution cube, but he could create as many totem devices as he wanted. They could be used as long as they were charged. In the past, the evolutionary civilization had used the totem device to increase the talent of the entire civilization. The efficiency was very high, and the results were controllable. This is good stuff. Han Zhao's eyes shone with the light of money. With such a totem device, the attractiveness of the evolution cube to the various civilizations increased by many times. Its commercial value and the value of connections were immeasurable. This was also useful to the Black Star Core. They could use it to slowly strengthen the planets where the various bases were located, greatly increasing the explosive rate of the training camps. There was also a device that could be worn at all times in the information called the Ovidin badge. It also used the evolution energy as fuel, and after activation, it could allow the wearer to undergo extreme evolution regardless of the consequences. It could turn an ordinary person into a biological mutant, and their combat power would reach grade C or even grade B. The effect was more powerful than any berserk-type drugs, and the duration ranged from a few hours to a few days. After the effect ended, the wearer would die due to genetic breakdown. It was also possible for a perfect evolver to directly break through the gene lock, but the probability was so small that it could be ignored. Only in the face of a great crisis would the evolutionary civilization use such a method with serious side effects. The side effects of the Ovidin badge were too great, and Han Xiao immediately thought of the perfect user, the players. The Army's nuclear backpack had always been a popular product, and the players would most likely not mind the side effects of the Ovidin badge. With this, the death-seeking style is going to be popular again. In the future, when the Army players went out to fight, all of them will be able to transform into ugly mutants. Perhaps others would think that he was experimenting on the soldiers of the army, and he would be considered to be from the evil faction. There were other ways to use this effect. God's information recorded an offensive method, which was a special ground-to-ground missile that carried the evolution energy similar to the effect of the Ovidin badge. After hitting the surface, the evolution energy would spread out, and the range would be tens of kilometers. All creatures contaminated by the evolution energy would become mutants, and their lives would enter the countdown of despair. The evolutionary civilization only needed to wait for their genes to collapse and die, and they would be able to easily take over the enemy's territory without damaging the buildings on the surface. It was like a biological weapon that could accurately kill creatures. What a terrifying weapon. Han Xiao raised his brows. The evolutionary civilization had probably used this weapon many times during the exploration era. At the end of this information, there are also various techniques to establish a soul connection with the evolution cube. In the words of the evolutionary civilization, it was called resonance. The evolutionary civilization would not put away the universal treasures they created, but would make the best use of them. Every civilization guardian had to establish a soul connection with the evolution cube. This was a technique passed down from generation to generation. This makes things convenient for me. Han Zhao's eyes sparkled. Cisco's soul connection with the evolution cube had been removed, and the slot was empty. Having another soul connection with a universal treasure would also increase his strength. Speaking of which, this evolution cube had gone through who knew how many owners, and it was already a withered flower. The space-time amber was still the best. It gave him the first time. Han Xiao hurriedly shook his head and threw these weird thoughts out of his mind. I finally have work to do. Let's mass-produce these devices first. Chapter 899. A few days later, in the Army Commander's machinery factory, Han Xiao had built a production line for the totem device and the Ovidin badge, according to the information. It was fully automated, and new products were produced every second, automatically delivered to the warehouse that Han Xiao had specially allocated. As for the genetic collapse missile, he had not put it into mass production for the time being and had only built a test product. Han Xiao took out 3 samples to test. The totem device was a black cylinder that was 5 meters tall and 2 meters in diameter. It had a large base, and the surface of the cylinder was engraved with silver energy circuits. It was not charged at this time and was in an inactive state. The Ovidin badge was half the size of a palm and did not look very eye-catching. Han Xiao used his finger to draw the pattern of the passkey on the base of the totem device. The totem device let out a hiss, and the surface of the base rotated more than half a circle, revealing a black groove. This was the interface of the energy circuit, which was used to fill the fuel. Han Xiao took out the portable storage device of the evolution cube, activated it, and directed a black snake-like evolution energy into the groove at the base of the totem device. The next moment, the totem device suddenly vibrated. As soon as the fuel was filled, the totem device was activated. The silver energy circuits on the surface of the cylinder lit up from bottom to top and started to flicker slowly. The frequency was like breathing. This evolution energy underwent a series of transformations within the totem device and was constantly diluted. It turned from highly concentrated energy into invisible radiation, which was then released by the totem device at a constant output. The totem device needs to be charged before it can be used. This evolutionary energy can allow it to operate for more than 10 days. The more fuel you put in, the longer it can last. The upper limit of a totem device's fuel storage is 20 years of operation. The evolutionary civilization charges it once every 20 years. Han Xiao carefully observed the operation of the totem device. In his senses, the totem device had become a source of radiation, constantly emitting diluted evolution energy radiation. Its range of influence was rapidly expanding, and it was only a matter of time before it covered the entire Black Star Corps headquarters. Continuous gene optimization. You are shrouded in evolution radiation. Your potential aptitude will slowly increase, and more potential aptitude will be increased when your species supplements. Han Xiao nodded. Directly using the evolution cube would also increase one's potential aptitude. Potential aptitude was a hidden attribute that was directly related to one's attributes. Every time the attributes brought about by the species evolution were replenished, the principle was that the potential aptitude had changed. The totem device was different from the one-time enhancement of the evolution cube. The effect of the totem device was slower, and the advantage was that the enhancement effect was not dependent on one's energy level. It was more suitable for everyone to use and did not have the side effect of an experience penalty. As long as he was within the range of the totem, the buff would not disappear. Han Xiao reached out and touched the totem device that was in operation. There was a corresponding item introduction on the panel. Evolutionary Totem activated. Special product of the evolutionary civilization. Using the energy of the evolution cube as fuel, it optimizes the genetic structure of creatures on a large scale and increases the potential of creatures. It also increases the chances of non-supers awakening. This thing can be used on a large scale, but we have to report it to the dynasty first. Han Xiao nodded. As ES God's legacy was divided among many organizations, the information of the evolutionary civilization would definitely spread. Although it would not be made public in a universe, the advanced civilizations would definitely have ways to obtain this information, so it was impossible to hide it. As an ally of the dynasty, he definitely had to provide such a good thing to the Red Empire on a large scale in exchange for more support and attention. Once the technology of the evolutionary totem spread, the attractiveness of the evolution cube to civilizations would increase by a few levels. Only by feeding the dynasty would the dynasty continue to help him block the greed of countless organizations. As for selling the evolutionary totem to other civilizations, he would need to discuss with the dynasty. Both sides were allies, and he could not make the decision alone. If he sold it on a large scale, it would incur the dynasty's displeasure. After all, the dynasty did not want to see their enemy enjoy the benefits of the evolutionary totem. As he thought about it, Han Xiao casually picked up the Ovidin badge and injected some evolution energy into it. Note: countless failed extreme evolution experiments have wasted a lot of funds, and the upper echelons have accused us of not being able to produce results. Therefore, based on the experience of failure, we created this lame byproduct. Originally, we just wanted to scam them for investment, but the upper echelons seemed to be very satisfied. The next year, they increased the funding for the Extreme Evolution Project by 40%. Han Xiao played with it for a while, then put it back on the table. The side effects of this thing were too great, and he was not interested in trying it out personally. The Ovidin badge was not much of a threat to a Beyond Grade A, and a Beyond Grade A had great control over their energy. Even if the evolution energy entered their body, it would take them some time to expel out of their body. This biochemical toxin could not even kill a Calamity Grade, let alone a Beyond Grade A. Compared to the evolutionary totem, the value of the Ovidin badge was far inferior. However, it was still very useful. Just nice. I could turn the image of the Ovidin badge into the insignia of the Black Star Corps and make it a faction specialty. The badges of other organizations only have ornamental effects, but my badge can provide an explosive effect. This is quite cool. Han Xiao stroked his chin and pondered. Let's find a few players to test this thing first before selling it. As for the genetic collapse missile, Han Xiao did not charge it and only looked at the item description. Genetic collapse missile, a special biochemical weapon of the evolutionary civilization. It can cause the genes of living creatures to collapse and is often used to slaughter planets. This weapon is suitable for eliminating the resistance on the surface of a planet. However, it is useless in a galactic war. In comparison, I prefer a small, portable genetic collapse bomb. M.O. Sun, Evolution Cube Genetic Technology Institute, head of weapon development Han Xiao, took out his communicator and sent the test report of the evolutionary totem to Urinril's private number. Not long after, the communicator rang. Picking up the call, Urinral's remote projection appeared in front of Han Xiao. Black Star, you've created the evolutionary totem? Yes, I've tested it, and it can be used. I contacted you to discuss this matter. Very good. Urinral was pleasantly surprised, but she did not show it on her face. She paused for a moment and realized a problem. Her tone sank. The information of the evolvers came from God's legacy, and the technology to create the evolutionary totem has already been leaked. More organizations will have this technology. Yes, but there's only one evolution cube as the energy source. Han Xiao nodded. I will provide the evolutionary totem to the dynasty on a large scale. On the other hand, I will also sell the evolutionary totem to other civilizations. Of course, the prerequisite is that it does not harm the interests of the dynasty. I will only sell it to civilizations that are close to the dynasty. Urinril's eyes sparkled. Okay, I understand what you mean. The evolutionary totem was extremely attractive to civilizations, and the dynasty had the strength to monopolize it. However, doing so would cause more civilizations to be unhappy and coveted, which was not a good thing. This pressure would be transferred to Han Xiao to a large extent. Han Xiao's intention was to use the evolutionary totem as a bargaining chip, and the civilizations that wanted to purchase it would have to be close to or ally with the dynasty. This way, the dynasty would be able to rope in more political allies, and he would be able to gain a large amount of connections and money. The dynasty would eat the meat, and the allied civilizations would have the soup. If the other civilizations saw the way to obtain the evolutionary totem, the pressure on him would be greatly reduced. Furthermore, this was not a one-time deal. The evolutionary totem required fuel to operate, or it would not be usable. Thus, the civilizations that purchased it would have to maintain a long-term relationship with Han Xiao. They would have to renew the contract with him time and time again to recharge the evolutionary totem. The profits would be endless, and the value of the evolutionary totem would be reduced to a certain extent. Even if some civilizations bought it from the black market, they would not be able to use it forever. Urinril considered for a while and agreed to this plan. After all, the totem was not a military weapon, but something that would benefit the people. The advanced civilizations would all research genetic technology, but they were not as advanced as the evolutionary civilization. Thus, the totem was not as sensitive. Monopolizing it would be good, but it would be attacked politically. If it was a situation where one party dominated, the dynasty could ignore the opinions of the other civilizations. However, there were still radiance and ethereal on the same level, and she had to consider this point. Han Zhao's plan was a win-win situation to a certain extent. The two of them discussed for a while and reached a consensus. The rest of the details of the cooperation would be left to their subordinates. After ending the call, Han Xiao thought for a moment before opening the faction interface and issuing a mission. Product Tester, Mission Introduction. Black Star has recently developed a new product and requires volunteers to test it at the headquarters. There's a risk of death. Mission Requirements. Help Black Star test the product. Reward. 100,000 experience. 500 Black Star core contribution points, 50,000 Ana's remarks. Only 10 people are allowed to complete this mission. The test will begin in 3 hours. If you fail to complete this mission, minus 1,000 contribution points and minus 20 Black Star favorability points. There were only 10 missions, and as soon as they were released, they were all accepted by people. 3 hours later, the 10 players arrived at the testing ground indicated by Philip and looked around. One of them was Pork Bun. The fall of God made him smell the scent of news, so he rushed back to wait for Han Xiao. He had been staying in the headquarters recently and was just in time for the mission. Pork Bun, you're in the headquarters too? You dog, hurry up and update. Are you afraid of a blade in front of you? The other 9 players also greeted Bun Hit Dog in a physical way. The Black Star series had been updated so many times, and it had already attracted a large number of fans. Bun Hit Dog was more or less a celebrity among the players. No matter where he was, he would always meet a large group of people who wanted him to update the series. After messing around for a while, The door opened again, and Han Shao walked in with his hands behind his back. "Hello." Army Commander Bunhit Dog hurriedly broke free from the burly men all over him and greeted him in a very obsequious manner. He had a smile on his face that deserved a beating. "Oh, it's you. Long time no see." Han Shao patted his shoulder. Pork Bun immediately felt energized and a sense of accomplishment. Han Shao turned around to look at everyone, coughed, and slowly said, "Since everyone is here, let's begin. The product we're going to test this time might have a huge side effect." As he said that, Han Shao took out 10 fully charged Overton badges and changed the pattern to the Black Star Core emblem. The 10 players received one badge and browsed through the item introduction. Seeing the introduction, Pork Bun's eyes lit up, and he immediately turned on the recording function. Now, even the players knew that the evolution cube was in the hands of their army commander, but Black Star did not let the players use it on a large scale. Pork Bun felt that the appearance of the Overton badges might be a sign that the evolution cube was going to be popularized. "Let's begin when you're ready." Han Shao nodded. Everyone looked at each other and put on the Overton badges without hesitation. Although the side effect of the item was certain death, the mission reward was 50,000 anus. Even to the current players, it was not a small sum. It was still quite profitable. The first player to use the Overton badge immediately experienced an earth-shattering change in his body. His flesh and blood multiplied, and bone spikes protruded from his body. His body swelled up like a balloon, and he quickly turned into a 5-meter-tall, mutated creature. He looked like a monster with tumors all over his body, and the skin on his face was torn apart by his bulging muscles. He looked extremely terrifying. The other 9 people were stunned and subconsciously stopped their actions of activating the badges. However, before they could say anything, the player who had turned into a mutated creature screamed, "What the F***CK? What the hell did I turn into?" Chapter 900. Wow, what a huge lump. This one is quite interesting. It has a déjà vu of Ultraman's transformation device. He looks like a Resident Evil transformation device, no matter how I look at it. He really does look like a crawler. What crawler? This is a tyrant. Bullsh***, look at that sexy bone spike. It's obviously an abomination. Don't try to fool me. This is clearly a Balala little monster transformation. The other players regained their senses, and their eyes lit up as they surrounded the abomination. Their height only reached up to the abomination's crotch, and they poked the abomination's body like dwarves surrounding a giant. "Hey, don't touch but with your little hands. If you're so curious, why don't you transform yourselves?" Flustered and exasperated, the player swung his palm out like a sledgehammer, sending the surrounding players flying and crashing into the metal wall with a loud bang, leaving a shallow dent in the wall. The few players who were sent flying were not angry. They quickly got up, patted their arms and knees, and spat out a mouthful of blood. They then happily surrounded the abomination again. "That hit just now gave me a crushing damage. That's fierce. Quick, put up the attribute panel." The others surrounded the abomination and made a ruckus. Han Shao observed from the side, and his eyes lit up. The Overton badge was a device that had been modified many times. The evolutionary civilization would not create soldiers without intelligence. The abomination would retain a certain level of consciousness and would not enter the chaos state. However, their intelligence and mental resistance would plummet, and they would only be able to make simple judgments. However, due to the uniqueness of the players, after using the Overton badge, their consciousness would not change. This proved that the players were the perfect candidates to use the Overton badge. With complete intelligence, they would be able to unleash the full power of the ultimate evolution. Han Shao coughed and interrupted the conversation. He walked over and asked, "How do you feel now? Can you still control your body?" "Yes." The abomination made a few movements out of curiosity, showing an astonishing agility. He then used his nails to scratch his bald head. Han Shao nodded. With a flick of his finger, nanoparticles slid out from his sleeves and turned into metal needles. "Don't move. Let me check your body." As he spoke, Han Shao pierced the needle into the aberration's body and triggered the damage. A combat notification popped up on the interface. Glancing at it, the effects of the Overton badge appeared in the player's status bar in the form of a buff. Extreme Evolution, Aberration. Your genes have been modified by the Overton badge, and your class has temporarily changed to High-Level Creature Aberration. Your base Yini bonus has been changed to 1. 200 plus 30% STR, DX, and END, minus 50% INT, MYS, and CHA. Bonus stats, plus 240 STR, plus 200 DX, plus 200 END, minus 300 INT, minus 300 MYS, minus 500 CHA. Your total physical resistance bonus has been increased by 1. 3x, and your total mental resistance bonus has been increased by 0. 4x, your HP and stamina recovery rate has been increased by 200%. You will lose 300 to 600 HP every minute, and your HP recovery rate will be decreased by 30 to 60% every half hour. Maximum HP will be decreased by 10,000 to 20,000 every hour. Efficiency of using any non-melee equipment in this state minus 90%, including but not limited to mechanical devices, magic items, firearms, etc. Some incompatible skills and abilities will be temporarily frozen, unusable, plus 100% cost of using skills. Your melee attacks will have cleave and horizontal sweep effects, plus 70% melee attack power, plus 25% base success rate of strength suppression and strength crush. Remarks: dance to your heart's content before death catches up with you. Wow, these effects are amazing. Han Shao perked up and quickly analyzed the situation. The aberration was clearly a melee type. The evolutionary civilization had set the Overton badge as a genetic evolution direction, which was mainly to strengthen the body. It was weaker in terms of magic and mental strength. After all, the original intention of designing the Overton badge was to deceive investors. Cough, cough. It was to make everyone a soldier. Thus, strengthening the body was the best way for ordinary people to quickly become strong. After the transformation, the biggest advantage would be the tankiness. In version 3.0, the player's level limit was 120. Han Shao recalled that when he was at level 120, his HP was close to 30,000. The players did not have the molding talent life strengthening, so their HP was around 10,000. The base Yini bonus was 150, and this transformation would increase the Yini bonus by 4 times. Just the additional Yini bonus alone would increase the player's HP by 40,000. Coupled with the hundreds of Yini points that the level 120 players already had, their HP could exceed 100,000. In terms of HP alone, it was comparable to the HP of a normal Calamity grade. Ordinary level 120 players would only have a few hundred attribute points if they didn't break the 1,000 mark. Their strength, agility, and endurance attributes will be doubled. The benefits of the transformation were obvious. When the player's HP was low, they would have a chance of turning the tables. The weakness was also obvious. Intelligence and MYS were too heavily reduced, and their mental resistance was too low. Not only would they not be able to reduce the damage, but they would also receive additional damage. Furthermore, many of the skills that were frozen were long-range abilities, so the aberration's long-range combat ability was very weak. If they did not drag the opponent to the ground and engage in melee combat, they would be easily kited by the enemy. Just as he was browsing through the combat information, Pork Bun and the others also saw the attributes shared by the aberration players, and they were all extremely excited. Holy sh*T, this is too strong. Although it's ugly to the core, I can do it. Everyone could not wait to activate their badges. Very soon, a network view appeared in the room, and they could see how Shazik and Lodehair interacted with the old members after joining the army. Shazik was very normal. He had just joined the intelligence department a few days ago and was still familiarizing himself with the environment. He was getting along quite well with the department head, but he did not have a sense of presence. However, this was not a disadvantage. Lacking a sense of presence was the advantage of being an intelligence officer. On the other hand, Lothair was different. He was a loner and did not interact with any of the officers. If he was not training hard in the actual combat training room, he would be sharpening his blade alone in the room. He would also be staring at the wall in a daze. He was like a solitary autistic patient. Han Shao paused, thought about it, and headed to Lothair's room. When Lothair had just joined, he had rushed to study the information of the evolutionary civilization and did not continue to communicate with him. Han Shao decided to have a good talk with Lothair now. In terms of combat strength and potential, Lothair could be ranked in the top 5 of the army, even surpassing Hardaway, and only below Hela, Aurora, Fu Ding, and Nero. He was a top expert beyond grade A. Han Shao placed great importance on Lothair's potential and felt that there was a need to care about his mental health. After all, God was the nightmare of Lothair's previous life. Now that he had killed God, he felt that he had to take responsibility. Lothair was a stubborn and solitary person, so he might have lost his way at the crossroads of life. You're tuning into the Warrior Lore YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.